Chapter 4067. Lan Qingtian and Zi were siblings. On the surface, they didn't seem to have a good relationship, especially Zi. She was cold to Lan Qingtian. However, there were only two reasons why she would join forces with Lan Qingtian. One was that Zi had joined Heavenless God Palace a long time ago. Now, she was just hiding in All Heaven's palace. The other reason was that Zi and Lan Qingtian's mother had been killed. They had joined forces secretly to seek revenge on All Heaven's palace. The siblings had been separated since they were young. Furthermore, Zi had taken her mother's surname. She had grown up in All Heaven's palace's camp and had been instilled with the idea of hating Heavenless God Palace since she was young. Now that she was willing to join forces with Lan Qingtian, it meant that she had a huge grudge against Heavenless God Palace. The only possibility was to seek revenge for her mother. Shen Xiang had already hidden in a corner. He was secretly watching the battle. In his opinion, the siblings' strength was not bad. It shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with an elder. When the elder was in the outer heavens, he could beat the siblings. However, in the 10 major heavens, his cultivation was suppressed. At this time, they were competing in battle experience and their own equipment. Lan Qingtian and Zi had the advantage in numbers. They had a high chance of winning. That was why they planned to join forces. Shen Xiang didn't plan to make a move for the time being. Now wasn't the best time for him to make a move. He saw that Lan Qingtian was a good person. If he saved his life at a critical moment, he would definitely repay the favor. Therefore, Shen Xiang wanted to wait for Lan Qingtian and Zi to fall into despair before making a move. This would have the best effect. Although it was a bit of a trick, Shen Xiang felt that this was the only way to make them more grateful to him. The battle was very intense. The siblings were fighting with all their might. Although the inner hall was very spacious, it was still not enough for the three of them. The tables and chairs had been destroyed. Fortunately, the walls were very sturdy. Furthermore, there was a barrier defense. The walls of the inner hall weren't broken. The elder from All Heaven's palace fought very calmly. It was obvious that he wasn't afraid of the siblings. Furthermore, he didn't plan to alarm the others from All Heaven's palace. "Looks like you siblings know about that matter." The elder sneered. "You killed our mother. We must take revenge." Zi's face was filled with grief and anger. "This is all tacitly permitted by the Zi family. Who asked your mother to be so stupid and unwilling to infiltrate the Heavenless Divine Palace as a spy? Then we can only kill her." The elder sneered. "What's the point of keeping such a useless person like her?" "Shut up!" Lan Qingtian, who had always been well-mannered, shouted angrily and attacked even more fiercely. Shen Xiang had already turned invisible, which was more or less what he had guessed. The mother of the brother and sister was originally from the All Heaven's palace, but she gave birth to a child with the Lan clan of the Heavenless Divine Palace. Their mother was captured and brought back to the Zi family, but she was not killed. This meant that the All Heaven's palace wanted to use her to plant him in the Heavenless Divine Palace. The reason why they did not kill Zi and nurtured her was so that she could infiltrate the Heavenless Divine Palace. "You must die today." Zi was also determined to take revenge for her mother. One had to admit that the elder from the All Heaven's palace was very powerful, even though his cultivation was restricted to the same level as the siblings. But after fighting for so long, the siblings didn't gain any advantage. Instead, the elder was very calm. "This is the All Heaven's palace. I haven't asked for help yet. Do you really think that you can kill me here today?" The elder laughed and said, "I just don't want to destroy the All Heaven's palace, so I didn't go all out." "You were afraid of causing too much of a commotion, so you didn't go all out, right?" Lan Qingtian and Zi were indeed like that. They were worried that after destroying the barrier of the inner hall, the commotion would be known to the outside world. Right at this moment, a door opened, and 2 young men walked in. "It's Bai Feng and Bai Lang." Lan Qingtian said in a deep voice, "Sister, be careful." "Grandfather, Why didn't you call us in earlier? Bai Feng said. When Bai Feng entered, he brought with him a gust of wind and lightning. His aura was very terrifying. Bai Feng and Bai Lang were twins. They were both very handsome and wore clean white clothes. The weapons they used were both long swords. These were the grandsons of Elder Bai, and their strength was clearly above Zi and Lan Qingtian's. Chapter 4068. Elder Bai, Lan Qingtian, and Zi immediately thought of the youth from before. Lan Qingtian and Zi also thought that Xinxiang had slipped away just now. They did not expect him to still be in this inner hall. Invisibility talisman. This kind of talisman was very common in the sacred region. However, after using the invisibility talisman, one would not be able to completely hide himself without an extremely powerful ability. The battle just now was so intense and had such a huge explosion. The aura here was already very chaotic. Therefore, everyone felt that it was normal for Xinxiang to be able to hide. Elder Bai was very vigilant. When he shook off the poison gas, he released his strongest consciousness to cover the inner hull. However, he still could not find Xinxiang. How are the two of you? Elder Bai stood beside Bai Feng and Bai Lang. He did not dare to leave now. Because Bai Feng and Bai Lang were severely poisoned, their skin was very red as if they were bleeding. It was very scary. Elder Bai could only immediately give them the antidote pill and then use his Tao elemental energy to inject into his two grandsons' bodies to help them suppress the poison in their bodies. At the same time, he had to be vigilant at all times in case he was ambushed. Xinxiang had used another kind of poison just now. It was also modified from the demonic ape dragon poison. The poison spread slower, but it was colorless and tasteless. Elder Bai had already inhaled it when he used his energy to help his grandsons expel the poison. Despicable bastard, hurry up and come out. I really did not expect that the Heavenless God Palace, which has always claimed to be righteous and straightforward, would actually use such a strong poison. Elder Bai was incomparably furious because he realized that Bai Feng and Bai Lang were severely poisoned. Xinxiang suddenly appeared and said with a smile, "This is the way to deal with the Heaven's Palace. Otherwise, it would be a waste of your despicable evil. Also, I'm not from the Heavenless God Palace. Lan Qingtian and I only met by chance. Then I followed him here." Lan Qingtian and Zi were lying on the ground. Their bodies were covered in wounds and blood, but they could still hear clearly and see everything that was happening at the scene, especially Lan Qingtian. He had long known that Xinxiang was not simple. However, he did not expect this young man to be an expert in using poison. Under such circumstances, the use of poison was indeed impossible to guard against. Seeing Bai Feng and Bai Lang's terrible appearance after being poisoned, Zi and Lan Qingtian were very happy. When they saw Elder Bai's anxious expression, they knew that the poison was terrifying. Even Elder Bai couldn't suppress it in a short period of time. "You despicable bastard!" Elder Bai cursed angrily. Right now he could only curse. He didn't even dare to leave his grandson's side, because the moment he did, the poison would immediately spread. "Ayaya, I'm very despicable, but so what? What can you do to me?" Xinxiang's face was full of smiles, causing Elder Bai to be even more furious. He continued to tease. "Old fellow, I advise you to keep your mouth clean. The lives of your two grandsons are still in my hands. Bai Feng and Bai Lang were not dead, but if the poison in their bodies was not removed, they would suffer a fate worse than death." Elder Bai had rich experience, so he naturally knew how terrifying the poison in Bai Feng and Bai Lang's body was. He did not dare to take the risk now. Xinxiang took out 2 pills and 2 bottles of medicinal powder. He placed the pills in Lan Qingtian and Zi's mouths and let them eat them. The medicinal powder was sprinkled on their bodies to help them recover from their injuries. "Grandfather, you must help us detoxify. We don't want to die." Bai Feng pleaded with a face full of pain. "I'm feeling very uncomfortable right now. Grandfather, hurry up and help us detoxify." Brother, please don't help them detoxify. These two people are very insidious. They ate a lot of people from the world-defying stage, and they all eat young people. Lan Qingtian said. Lan Qingtian knew that Shenxiang hated the forces from beyond the heavens who ate people. I know. Shenxiang used the special ability of his soul to see how dirty and filthy the souls of the twin brothers were. They were filled with evil and ruthlessness. If my grandson dies, you won't be able to live. Elder Bai said angrily, Brat, do you think you can successfully escape from here? If you don't help my grandson detoxify, I guarantee that you will suffer a fate worse than death. Little brother, wait for us to recover. We will definitely do our best to protect you and leave. We didn't plan to live in the first place. Now that we can kill Bai Feng and Bai Lang, we have already profited. Zi said. Don't save them. Don't agree to any of their conditions. You must believe us. We can help you escape from the All-Heaven Palace. Lan Qingtian also said. Chapter 4069. A weak little pill boy. Zi and Lan Qingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this was considered weak, then what were the two of them? However, when they thought about it carefully, they also felt that Shenxiang's own cultivation was not high, and his elemental energy should not be considered strong. If he were to directly face a group of strong enemies, he would indeed be very weak. Shenxiang had been hiding in the dark to poison them, which was why he had successfully defeated Elder Bai and the other two. Shenxiang still planned to sneak into the heavenless divine palace to take a look. If he exposed his powerful strength, Lan Qingtian would definitely be on guard against him, making it difficult for him to move. Little brother, how should I address you? Lan Qingtian asked. I mean your real name. My name is Shenxiang. You are all from outer space. Have you heard of this name? Shenxiang asked. Zi and Lan Qingtian looked at each other, then tried their best to recall, then shook their heads. Think about it carefully. Isn't Shenxiang a well-known name in the heavenly sacred realm? Shenxiang still hoped that he had a certain amount of fame in outer space. He was the one who facilitated the birth of the world-defying stage universe, but his name had no sense of existence in the universe. He was somewhat sad. Lan Qingtian and Zi shook their heads again. Both of them were from the heavenless divine palace, and even they had never heard of it. Shenxiang was also in complete despair. Are there many experts in the heavenly palace? Shenxiang looked at Zi and asked. There are a lot. They should all be waiting outside now. Zi looked at the door and said with a solemn expression, It's hard to say if we can rush out later. Don't be afraid, I'll use poison. Shenxiang was very confident in his poison. Young Master Shen, I'm afraid your poison won't be of much use outside. Zi shook her head and said, They have a lot of people, and they even have detoxification experts. Detoxification experts. Shenxiang did not understand. In the Heavenly Palace's camp, there is a rare race. They are born with the ability to swallow all kinds of poison. There are quite a few of them in the All Heavens Palace. Zi said, Elder Bai did not have time to go out, otherwise his poison would have been cured very quickly. Can the ape demon dragon's poison be cured? Shenxiang asked. In the Saint region, they can devour all kinds of poison. The demonic ape dragon poison is nothing to them. Zi nodded and said, So using poison won't work, and it will also waste your precious poison. Shenxiang did not expect that the demonic ape dragon poison could be swallowed. He stroked his chin and pondered. He knew that the All Heavens Hall would not be as easy to take down as he had imagined. Is Elder Bai the strongest in this All Heavens Hall? Shenxiang asked again. Not the strongest. In the All Heavens Hall, there are still many powerful seniors like that. In short, the All Heavens Hall is very powerful. It will be very difficult for you to topple the All Heavens Hall. Zi sighed. Young Master Shen, let's leave this hidden capital first. After all, this is the All Heavens Hall. If you want to fight against the All Heavens Hall, You can't be too hasty. You have to plan carefully, Lan Qingtian said. He now believed that Shen Xiang hated the All Heavens Hall very much and could be considered to be on the same side as their heavenless god palace. Boom! 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 The door of the hall was suddenly smashed by someone. Looks like they know that Elderby has been killed, Zi said in a deep voice. Elderby should have already spread the news just now. The souls of the three of them have been pulled out by me, and they are not really dead, Xinxiang said. When their souls left their bodies, it triggered their life talismans. It should be their life talismans that reacted. So the other elders of the All Heavens Hall became vigilant. Zi said, Young Master Shin, don't worry. When they rush in, leave everything to us. Xinxiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and said, Come up, let's leave this place first. He wanted to rush out and fight just now, but he felt the force of the door. After the terrifying amount, he gave up on the idea. Chapter 4070. Xinxiang now had some understanding of the divine thunder Shakyamuni's background. He actually came from the divine realm. No wonder Zi and Lan Qingtian were scared half to death. The siblings were only from the sacred domain, although they were very talented young people. The divine realm was still very far away from them. The All Heavens Palace and Heavenless God Palace were the strongest forces in the deity domain. Therefore, when they faced people from the deity domain, they couldn't resist at all. Moreover, they were already mentally intimidated by the other party. And now, even if Xinxiang knew that the divine thunder Shakyamuni came from the divine realm, he would not be afraid of him. He even wanted to go back and spar with him. After all, he was a rare opponent. Young Master Shen, where are we going now? Lan Qingtian asked. Xinxiang also suddenly stopped the 6 realms mirrors and floated in the air. We are already far away from the Hidden Empire, so we are very safe. Have you recovered from your injuries? Can you return to the heavenless divine palace by yourselves? Xinxiang wanted to return to the hidden capital. Young Master Shin, are you going back to the hidden capital? Zi seemed to have seen through it. Yes, I have something important to do there, Xinxiang said. If your heavenless divine palace really wants to do something for the 10 great worlds, go find Long Jiuxiao in the Meteor Trail City and say that I introduced him. You can't go back, it's too dangerous, Lan Qingtian immediately advised. Then do you know of the spies lurking in the 100 Flowers world and the 9 Heavens world? Xinxiang asked. Lan Qingtian looked at Zi. I only know that the All Heavens Palace has planted some people, but I don't know who they are, nor do I know how many there are. Zi lowered her head and shook her head. She had been in the All Heavens Palace for a long time, but she had not gained the complete trust of the All Heavens Palace, so she did not know this kind of core secret. I will find out, Xinxiang laughed. So I must return to the hidden capital. Xinxiang insisted on going back, so Zi and Lan Qingtian could not say anything more. Their lives were saved by Xinxiang, and they did not know how to repay him. Young Master Shen, let's go to the Starfire City to find Long Jiuxiao first, Lan Qing'an said. I will try my best to get the elders of the Heavenless Divine Palace to talk to Long Jiuxiao. All right, Xinxiang nodded. We will meet again in the future. Lan Qingtian released his flying Dharma treasure and jumped onto it with Zi. Farewell. After Xinxiang finished speaking, he controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly towards the hidden capital and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing Xinxiang leaving, Zi sighed lightly. Brother, this young Master Shin is really powerful. We don't know how to thank him. Who exactly is he? Could he really be the guardian of the 10 great heavens and earth? Lan Qingtian was very curious about Xinxiang's true identity. Maybe he just looks like a young man on the surface, but he's actually an old guy? Zi smiled and said, Big brother, let's go and take a look at Starfire City. Lan Qingtian and Zi did not know where Meteor Trail City was, but they knew where the great Yan Empire was. Xinxiang returned to the hidden capital. He did not know much about the All Heavens Palace from Z, so he did not think it was necessary. The All Heavens Palace in the hidden capital had a powerful divine thunder Shakyamuni guarding it, which meant that this place was really important. Shen Xiang returned here, and indeed to find out, lurking in 100 Flowers World and 9 Firmaments World. He had captured Elder Bai's soul, but he was unable to directly search Elder Bai's memories. The souls of the people from the All Heavens Palace all had layers of contracts, making it difficult to search their memories. The All Heavens Palace's methods were too brilliant. Even Shen Xiang was unable to solve it. If he forcefully searched through Elder Bai's memories, it would only cause Elder Bai's soul to dissipate. Therefore, he could only ask little Jing to torture Elder Bai's soul. Elder Bai quickly confessed. He only knew that there was 1 traitor in the 100 Flowers realm and 3 in the 9 Clouds realm. He did not know the specifics. This was all arranged by the higher-ups. Usually in the hidden capital's All Heavens Palace, Elder Bai was the person with the highest authority, but in reality, there was still a divine thunder Shakyamuni's clone hidden. Chapter 4071. Shen Xiang had one goal this time. First, it was the Dharmaraja, a holy disciple. Then it was the holy thunder Dharmaraja's clone. The Dharmaraja, a holy disciple, was the original body, and he knew that there were spies in 100 Flowers realm and 9 Clouds realm. Shen Xiang's main goal was to find these spies. This way, 100 Flowers realm and 9 Clouds realm wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Once the investigation was carried out, the spies would be alerted and it would be even more difficult to find them. Therefore, Shen Xiang had to take down the Dharmaraja, a holy disciple, as soon as possible. Knowing that the Dharmaraja, a holy disciple, was from the devouring poison demon clan, Shen Xiang couldn't use poison to deal with him. He needed to fight personally. The holy disciple is usually in the All Heavens Palace. Especially after Elder Bai was killed, he will become even more active. Shen Xiang paced around outside the All Heavens Palace. He had to think of a way to lure the Dharmaraja, a holy disciple, out, preferably outside the city. If he made a move in the city, the Holy Thunder Dharmaraja would also join in. Shen Xiang wasn't afraid that he couldn't beat the 2 of them, but it would be difficult to catch the Dharmaraja, holy disciple, after falling into that situation. He thought for a moment and quickly thought of a way. There were many patrolling guards in the All Heavens Palace. In Shen Xiang's eyes, they were all weak chickens. Shen Xiang went outside the city and used the demonic ape dragon poison he had extracted to poison the patrolling guards of the All Heavens Palace. Therefore, it didn't take long for a large number of the patrolling guards outside the city to be poisoned. One had to know that those patrolling guards were all from outer space. The poison that could kill them was very terrifying. Now, their corpses were shrouded in a poisonous fog, and no one dared to approach them. This news quickly spread to the All Heavens Palace. The Dharmaraja, holy disciple, was now in charge of the All Heavens Palace, and his master, the Holy Thunder Dharmaraja, was still hiding. His clone was also in a deep sleep. This Dharmaraja, a holy disciple, looked very young. He was a handsome man and looked quite dignified. He appeared to be very calm and steady. His aura of a superior was much better than that of Elder Bai and Elderling. Even the All-Protector didn't have the lofty aura of a Dharmaraja, holy disciple. After the holy disciple learned of the situation, he took out a message talisman. He didn't go out immediately, which meant that he was also very vigilant now. He took out the communication talisman and woke up the Holy Thunder Shakyamuni. Master, there's a situation outside the city. Dharmaraja's disciple reported the situation outside through the message charm. Mu Lin, don't bother me with such trivial matters. Do as you see fit. The voice that came from the message talisman was actually a woman's voice. Master, I'm afraid this is a trap. Mu Lin said, you said before, that guy must have a certain level of strength to be able to escape from under your nose. In these 10 days of hell, there's almost no one who can beat you and me, but that doesn't mean that they can't escape from us. Mu Lin, You have to find out who saved Ze and Lan Qingtian in 3 days. The Holy Thunder Discipline King said angrily. Yes, master, Mu Lin replied respectfully. Then he put away the messaging charm. He took a deep breath, shook his head, and said with a smile, It seems that I was too cautious. After all, this is the 10 days of hell. It's a restricted place of exile. People who grow up in such an environment can't be that strong. Even if they're from the skyless god palace, as long as they're not from the realm of the gods, they're no match for me. Mu Lin thought about it carefully. He had nothing to be afraid of. If it were someone else, he might be poisoned. However, he was from the devouring poison demon clan. Unless it was poison from the realm of the gods, there was no poison that could do anything to him. After thinking it through, Mu Lin immediately left the All Heavens Palace and came to the outskirts of Hungjing City. He stood on the flying magic treasure and looked down at the area shrouded in poisonous fog below. Chapter 4072. Shen Xiang was still pretending to be in pain from the poison, rolling and shouting on the ground. Mu Lin stood at the side, shaking his head and smiling. The poison you've been poisoned with isn't too fatal. You won't die any time soon. Mu Lin laughed. As long as you cooperate with me and hand over Lan Qingtian and Zi, I promise to help you cure this poison. They're all dead. I killed them. Shen Xiang shouted. Oh, I don't believe it. Mu Lin chuckled. Brother, you should also be a person who uses poison. You can modify the ape demon dragon's poison, so your level is not bad. You should know very well how terrifying the poison you've been poisoned with is, right? I won't tell you even if I die. Shen Xiang continued to pretend, because this Mu Lin had not let down his guard. He was still on guard at all times, and his body was holding back a very strong wave of elemental energy. Let's see how long you can hold on. Mu Lin laughed coldly. My poison won't let you die so quickly. You can still live for 10 days or 8 days, and the longer it goes on, the more painful it will be. Just as he finished speaking, Shen Xiang immediately took out a small pill and swallowed it. Then he laughed out loud and said, I ate my own poison pill and committed suicide. I will die very soon. Don't even think about torturing me. Just as he finished speaking, he lay on the ground motionless. Mu Lin was startled. He never expected that this person would actually commit suicide. He immediately went over to investigate. Pretending to be dead was a very easy thing for Shen Xiang. With Mu Lin's cultivation, he couldn't see anything at all. After Mu Lin's investigation, he confirmed that the person lying on the ground was dead. This is troublesome. Mu Lin frowned because he didn't know how to report this to his master. Just as he was feeling depressed, his head suddenly sank. In an instant, his soul was attacked by an extremely powerful divine sense, causing his consciousness to become very blurry. He was unable to concentrate at all, unable to distinguish north from south, unable to see clearly in front of him, and unable to sense anything. He couldn't even feel the pain in his body. Yes, Shen Xiang had used a powerful divine sense to attack Mu Lin's soul. This was impossible to guard against. Although Mu Lin relaxed after seeing that the man was dead, he was still vigilant. However, he was only on guard against attacks on his body. He was very relaxed when it came to his soul. He was almost defenseless. The main reason was that he felt that there was no one in the 10 great worlds who could seriously injure his soul. After Mu Lin's soul was struck by Shen Xiang, both his arms and legs were instantly severed by Shen Xiang's green dragon demon slayer. After that, his chest was slashed open, and the Tao origin crystal was pulled out by Shen Xiang. Mu Lin's soul was indeed very strong. After regaining his consciousness, he discovered that his body had suffered heavy injuries. He wanted to use his soul to escape, but Shen Xiang held him down with his palm and injected a powerful divine sense to imprison him. Mu Lin was in complete despair. He knew very well how powerful the soul of the person in front of him was. Otherwise, he would not be able to cause such an impact on his soul. What kind of person was this? Did the Heavenless God Palace also have people from the God realm? Mu Lin's heart was filled with fear. He could only hope that his master could quickly come and save him. Cooperate a little, Xin Xiang said with a smile. Mu Lin could still move his head. He looked at the mysterious masked man in front of him, and his heart was filled with extreme fear. His poison had no effect on Xin Xiang. In the sacred domain, other than them, there were only a few big shots who could resist his poison. Other than that, even the clones from the God realm were not afraid of his poison. From Mu Lin's point of view, the person in front of him was most likely someone of the same level as his master, the divine Thunder Shakyamuni, especially that powerful divine sense. It was even stronger than his master's clone. When did you guys from the Heavenless God Palace become so shameless? Mu Lin said coldly. I'm not from the Heavenless God Palace. Xin Xiang said. I'm from the World-Defying Stage Divine Palace. Have you heard of the World-Defying Stage Divine Palace? The World-Defying Stage Divine Palace of the 10 Great Worlds? Is that where the World-Defying God Furnace is? Mu Lin looked at Shen Xiang in shock and asked, Who exactly are you? Impossible. The World-Defying Stage Ancestor God has been sealed. The World-Defying Stage Divine Palace no longer has any experts. Chapter 4073 can easily pull out other people's souls and can easily suppress it. I am afraid that only Xin Xiang can do it. Even if it was someone from the outer heavens sanctuary or the divine realm, they could only succeed in dealing with souls that were much weaker than them. Shen Xiang's soul was so powerful that it seemed to have no upper limit. Anyone's soul would seem very weak in front of him. For example, Mu Lin could deeply feel that his soul was very weak in front of Xin Xiang. Hand over the list. Xin Xiang said, I promise I won't torture your soul. In the end, Mu Lin still hesitated for a moment before naming more than 10 people. Xin Xiang memorized them. The number that Mu Lin said was more than what Elder Bai said before. Elder Bai also had a limited understanding of the number of spies. You have already taken me down, and Elder Bai and the others have also been killed by you. My master is the only one left in the All Heavens Palace. Although she came with an identity, I don't think you are her opponent. Mu Lin said, So I advise you to give up this idea. What if I can defeat your master? Xin Xiang said with a smile, I did feel that the avatar of the divine Thunder Shakyamuni was very strong. You can't win against my master. Although I'm 1010's avatar, my soul is the biggest soul. The 10 great heavens and earth doesn't restrict souls. Her consciousness is definitely not something you can compare to. Mu Lin said, Are you trying to provoke me? Are you trying to provoke me to challenge your master? Xin Xiang said with a smile, Or are you really afraid that I will go to your master? Because if Shen Xiang was finished, Mu Lin would also be finished. Or maybe Mu Lin was worried that Shen Xiang would use his soul to threaten the divine Thunder Shakyamuni. I can tell you very clearly that in my master's eyes, I'm no different from a dog. So you can't use me to threaten her. Mu Lin said, I just don't want my master to know that I'm in such a sorry state right now. Shen Xiang put Mu Lin's soul into the divine mirror of 6 paths and handed it over to Sister Xiaojing. Currently, Mu Lin's soul was imprisoned with Elder Bai, Feng Bai, and the others. Knowing that Mu Lin, the holy disciple of the Dharmaraja, had also come in, Elder Bai was somewhat happy. This was because Elder Bai had told Xin Xiang that Mu Lin, the holy disciple of the Shakyamuni, was a breakthrough point. As long as they took down Mu Lin, they would be able to find out the name list of the traitors. Shan Xiang passed the list of his harvests to Long Jiuxiao and Xiao Xianglin, asking them to investigate the people on the list. First, they would arrest people according to the list. Then, they would conduct a comprehensive investigation to prevent any fish from escaping the net. Shen Xiang flew towards the All Heavens Hall. He wanted to find the Holy Thunder Dharma King. From Mu Lin, he had learned that the Holy Thunder Shakyamuni came down as a clone, but he used the soul of his original body. He was a little puzzled. Why did he have to use his soul to come down? Once he was caught, it would be very dangerous. Of course, if one had a powerful soul, they would indeed be very powerful in the 10 great worlds, and could form a suppressive force. The reason why Xinxiang could always crush others was because his soul was very powerful. In the past 100,000 years that he had been sealed, his soul had suffered all kinds of torment and had grown very powerful. He rode on the divine mirror of 6 paths and flew directly towards the All Heavens Hall. He wanted to fight in the All Heavens Hall, in eternal capital, above the magnificent All Heavens Hall. A long-haired woman in blue armor floated. This woman's expression was cold, and her face was filled with killing intent. Her brown hair danced in the wind and gradually turned red. She looked evil and beautiful, like a female demon king. The Holy Thunder Shakyamuni is a woman. Xinxiang was a little surprised. Furthermore, the Holy Thunder Shakyamuni was already waiting for him here, which meant that he knew that the holy disciple of the Shakyamuni had been taken down. The beautiful Holy Thunder Shakyamuni in front of him, who was covered in killing intent, looked coldly at Xinxiang. There was only coldness and killing intent in her eyes, without any other emotions. Chapter 4074. Xinxiang could only control the 6 realms mirrors to move quickly to avoid the opponent's attack. This was because he discovered that the divine thunder Shakyamuni's soul energy was very strange. The protective shield of the 6 realms mirrors was unable to withstand it and was constantly being weakened. Little Sister Jing, have you ever encountered such an attack in outer space? Xinxiang could only ask little sister Xiao Jing. He had never encountered a method that used the soul to transform into this kind of energy to attack. This kind of energy, transformed from the soul, produced a very strong and effective attack on the energy shield of the 6 realms mirrors. Brother, I don't remember much. I only have a very vague impression, but I have a rough idea of how to resist. Little sister Xiao Jing said, "This is the energy transformed from the soul. Only a soul of the same level can defend and counterattack." The energy shield of the 6 realms mirrors was formed by absorbing the energy of the heavenly jewels, and the energy of the heavenly jewels was only the energy of the sacred domain. The energy transformed from the powerful soul of the divine Thunder Shakyamuni came from the energy of the divine realm. So the current defense of the 6 realms mirrors could not hold on for long. Xinxiang was now curious about the cultivation of the divine realm, to be able to cultivate the soul to such a level. The soul was only the energy contained within, not only the consciousness, but also this kind of energy form. Xinxiang's soul was very strong, but he was unable to excavate the powerful energy within the soul. For example, releasing the soul energy and turning it into a powerful lightning flame was something he could not do. However, he could roughly guess that the sacred domain and the divine realm would more or less be restricted by the laws. As for the restrictions of the laws, they might only limit the physical body and cultivation, but not the soul. Therefore, in the divine realm, one could only study the soul and open up a cultivation path to excavate the soul energy. Xinxiang wanted to capture the divine Thunder Shakyamuni even more now. As long as he captured her, he would be able to understand this method better and master it in advance. In this way, even if he went to the sacred domain in the future and his physical body was not a match for the sacred domain rankers, he would be able to use a powerful technique through his soul to fight against the sacred domain rankers. The flying speed of the 6 realms mirrors was very fast, and it flew out of the hidden capital in an instant. However, the divine thunder Shakyamuni, who had turned into lightning, was not slow at all, as he chased after Xinxiang and attacked crazily. I wonder what it would feel like to be hit by her physical body. Xinxiang didn't know the characteristics of Holy Thunder Shakyamuni's soul energy at all, unless he personally felt it. However, he was also worried that he would be beaten up. If I use the strongest divine sense in my soul and gather it all within my body, I should be able to block it. Xinxiang did not intend to continue staying in the 6 realms mirrors. If this continued, He would not be able to defeat divine Thunder Shakyamuni. Although he couldn't win, he wouldn't fall into the hands of Holy Thunder Shakyamuni. Xinxiang thought about it again and again, then condensed his consciousness into his body and put away the 6 realms mirrors. It was also at this moment that several violent bolts of lightning enveloped his body. Xinxiang had just landed on the ground when he suddenly jumped up. As for the ground he had just landed on, there was a large crater that had been created by that kind of lightning. Xinxiang still didn't dare to take so many lightning bolts head-on. If he didn't dodge just now, those lightning bolts would have struck his body. At this moment, another bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the ground. Xinxiang didn't expect it at all. However, he reacted quickly and still avoided it. However, that bolt of lightning was very strange, as if it had its own consciousness. With his own consciousness, he immediately adjusted the direction and concentrated on Xinxiang's chest. After Xinxiang's body was hit by this lightning, he received a very violent impact, and the whole person flew backwards. He could be considered to have personally experienced the power of that lightning. It was indeed very powerful. In the 10 great worlds, those powerful armors, even equipment from the sacred domain, were unable to withstand it and would be instantly penetrated. The lightning formed by the soul would not directly tear apart the armor. Instead, it would penetrate the armor and attack the flesh body like a wall-piercing technique. Chapter 4075. Divine Thunder Shakyamuni really didn't expect that a soul that had been sealed for 100,000 years would have almost been obliterated during the sealing period and would definitely have been seriously injured. However, Xinxiang's soul was abnormally strong. Xinxiang also knew that when his soul was sealed, it suffered all kinds of destruction and torture, causing his soul to not completely recover after it escaped, but it was still very strong. So even Xinxiang, I am afraid that I am not clear about how strong my soul is compared to others. Divine Thunder Shakyamuni's current state was very strange. She had a clone, but this clone was not a simple body. Previously, Divine Thunder Shakyamuni's soul had turned into energy to attack, but this clone could actually follow the soul and turn into lightning. Now, after Divine Thunder Shakyamuni was injured by Xinxiang, this body suddenly appeared again. Therefore, Xinxiang suspected that Divine Thunder Shakyamuni also used his soul as a carrier, using his soul to carry a strange body. Xinxiang came to Divine Thunder Shakyamuni's side and used the 6 realms mirrors to shine on him. Furthermore, he also injected his consciousness into the 6 realms mirrors to cooperate with Little Mirror's consciousness to seal Divine Thunder Shakyamuni. Divine Thunder Shakyamuni's soul was very strong. Xinxiang didn't know if he could completely seal it. He was afraid that after her soul recovered, she could easily break free from the seal. I really didn't expect that I would lose in such a place, and even lose to an ancient person like you. Divine Thunder Shakyamuni's eyes were filled with unwillingness. What? Is it shameful to lose to an ancient person like me? Xinxiang could only use the 6 realms mirrors to see if Little Mirror could completely seal his soul into the 6 realms mirrors. You have been sealed for 100,000 years. In the past 100,000 years, the world has changed so much. Even if your soul is very strong, it will be difficult for you to display powerful strength under the existing laws. Divine Thunder Shakyamuni said, because in the world-defying stage universe in this new era, all cultivation is far ahead of your previous era. Ahead of the previous era? Why do you think so? Xinxiang didn't quite agree. The cultivation of the 10 great heavens and earth mainly cultivates the body. Even when one reached the saint level, they would still cultivate around their bodies. This is very backward, and in the divine realm, it revolves around the soul. Dharma King Shenlei said, "The soul can surpass all restrictions. My soul is not weak." Xinxiang said, "In your previous epoch, souls were very weak. You have been sealed for many years. That seal was supposed to obliterate your soul, but there was a problem which resulted in the opposite effect. Instead, It tempered your soul for 100,000 years. Dharma King Shenlei's eyes revealed a bit of envy when he said this. I've suffered a lot, but then again, it is indeed that seal that caused my soul to become very strong. Shenxiang did not deny it. Who are you? Holy thunder, Shakyamuni asked. Why did I seal you back then? How would I know? I've been looking for people from the All Heavens Palace to ask for an explanation. Shenxiang coldly snorted. I was inexplicably sealed back then. When I broke the seal, those who were close to me no longer remember me. How many people don't remember you? Dharma King Shenlei suddenly became curious about this matter. Many, Shenxiang said. They were all people who had a good relationship with me. How good is your relationship? Dharma King Shenlei asked again. My friends, my family. Shenxiang asked back, why are you asking so much? If that's the case, this is caused by a very powerful curse. Dharma King Shenlei said. Did the All Heavens Palace do it? Shenxiang quickly asked. The All Heavens Palace should be involved, but they are not the mastermind. The All Heavens Palace does not have enough ability to cast this curse. Dharma King Shenlei said, It seems that only a few people know of your existence. Haven't you heard of my name? Shenxiang said, Who told you? I heard from my elders. I don't know the specifics. Who are you? Dharma King Shenlei asked. I am Shenxiang. Shenxiang helplessly spread out his hands and smiled bitterly. I am just a small alchemist. Although I was a little famous back then, I have never heard of the All Heavens Palace. It is not worth it for the All Heavens Palace to do this to me. I don't believe it, Dharma King Shenlei said coldly. Don't say so much. You are now my prisoner. You are very strong, so I will give you a chance to live. Be my servant, and I can let you go. Shenxiang said. What if I don't? Dharma King Shenlei was very calm. She also knew that if she fell into the hands of others, she would not have a good ending. If you don't want to, then I can only devour your soul. I really need a tonic like you. Shenxiang smiled and said, If it is other souls, I may torture them, but for you, I am afraid that if I torture you, you will be happier. Dharma King Shenlei was the kind of person who had no emotions. In her eyes, as long as she could become stronger, she dared to do anything. Chapter 4076. The holy thunder Shakyamuni knelt down so decisively that Shenxiang suddenly felt that this Shakyamuni was worthless. Shenxiang sat by the bed and carefully took care of the heavily injured holy thunder Shakyamuni. After all, this is a very good-looking woman, and she is still her own servant. For her, Shenxiang is still quite tender and protective. Of course, if the holy thunder Shakyamuni did not submit, he would definitely be devoured by him in the end. You have a name, right? Shenxiang saw that she had woken up and asked, Lei Na. Lei Na recovered very quickly. However, because her soul was injured, it was not that easy to help her recover. Luckily, Shenxiang had collected many souls before. He took out a small portion and used the heaven and earth elixir furnace to refine it with the heavenly jewels before feeding it to Lei Na. Only then could she recover so quickly. Lei Na, as the holy thunder Shakyamuni, what is your position in the divine realm's all heavens palace? Shenxiang said, Your dog disciple is so afraid of you. It seems like your position is not low. There are ranks everywhere. The divine realm's all heavens palace is no exception. I am just someone's subordinate. Lei Na replied straightforwardly. Is the All Heavens Palace in the hidden capital important to the All Heavens Palace's operations in the 10 worlds? Shenxiang asked. He was now in the All Heavens Palace, and he was on the most luxurious floor. On the highest floor of the All Heavens Palace, there was a huge floating courtyard that could directly see the most prosperous area of the hidden capital. The All Heavens Palace has a total of 3 sub-palaces in the 10 worlds. The All Heavens Palace in the hidden capital is of a medium scale, and it is not the biggest one. Lei Na said, There are two other all-heavens palaces. They are in other worlds, and they are hidden very deeply. Medium scale. That's not bad. Xinxiang smiled and said, At least it is under your control now, right? Although it is of a medium scale, I, who is in charge of the all-heavens palace in the hidden capital, am currently the strongest person in the 10 worlds sent by the all-heavens palace. Lei Na said, Although the other 2 all-heavens palaces sent people from the divine realm, they did not send their original souls over personally. My soul is here. Your soul is so powerful. Is it so easy for you to enter the saint realm and the 10 greater worlds? Xinxiang asked, puzzled. Although he knew that the power of laws had very little restrictions on the soul, it was not to the extent of letting a powerful soul like the divine realm enter the 10 great worlds. It was very easy to lose balance. Of course not. I paid a huge price, so I spent most of my time in slumber in the all-heavens hall to recover my soul. If it weren't for this reason, you might not have been able to defeat me. Lei Na said with a hint of unwillingness, When you recover, we will fight again. I will make you lose wholeheartedly. Xinxiang laughed. You are my servant. I don't want you to be loyal to me with this kind of emotion. There's no need to fight. Isn't your soul injured as well? Reina said, I don't have any objections. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become your servant so easily. So you approve of me? Xinxiang was a little surprised by Lei Na's attitude. You have the divine mirror of 6 realms and are someone the all-heavens palace is trying their best to deal with. You are a very mysterious expert. I was originally someone else's subordinate in the all-heavens palace. Now that I have a new master, it doesn't change my nature. Lei Na said her thoughts very straightforwardly. 0-inch, you're quite open-minded. Xinxiang laughed. Don't worry, I've always been very good to my servants, especially a beauty like you. As he spoke, he even touched Rena's slightly heroic and charming oval-shaped face. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Na immediately took off her clothes, looking as if she was letting him do whatever he wanted. Cough, cough, I'm still a young man. Xinxiang hurriedly laughed and then immediately helped Lei Na put on her clothes. He was still very surprised. This Lei Na's awareness as a servant was too high. Do you still have that pill of yours? Lei Na asked. What kind of pill is that? I've never seen it in the divine realm. If I had a few of those pills, I wouldn't have needed to sleep at all to come to this damned place from the divine realm. Yes, Lei Na's acknowledgement of this new master was because she had eaten the pill Xinxiang gave her. Although she wasn't an alchemist, she knew that the pill had just been refined not long ago. Because it was very hot, there was a kind of pill Tao rhyme that she had only heard of in legends. It was also after she had eaten that pill that she somewhat understood why the All-Heavens Palace had sealed this person and why they couldn't destroy his soul even after 100,000 years. The pill that Xinxiang had refined back then could create a universe. That was why he was targeted. Chapter 4077. Do you know the exact location of the world-defying God furnace? Xinxiang asked. Of course I know. The world-defying God furnace is in the world-defying shrine. That is, the world-defying divine palace, but it is very difficult to break into this shrine. Lei Na said, whether or not we can break through the world-defying divine palace, that is only a matter of time. Are you saying that the All-Heavens Palace has the confidence to break through the world-defying divine palace and take away the world-defying God furnace inside? Xinxiang asked. The universe life spirit was already in his hands, so he was not worried at all. However, the world-defying divine palace was, after all, Wang Cam Tin's lair. If possible, he did not wish for the world-defying divine palace to be destroyed. Of course I'm confident. No matter how powerful he is, how powerful can he be? However, the All-Heavens Palace is not in a hurry to break through the world-defying divine palace, because in the 10 great worlds, the biggest obstacle is still the heavenless divine palace. Lei Na did not think much of the world-defying divine palace. He only thought that it was more difficult to attack, and that he could take it down with a bit of time. Lena, how much do you know about the universe life spirit? What's so great about this thing? Xinxiang rubbed his chin and said, To be honest, the person in charge of the world-defying divine palace is my master. Although Wang Cam Tin no longer thought of Xinxiang as his disciple, and Xinxiang often called him Old Yellow, he had always regarded Wang Cam Tin as his master. Your master? Lei Na was a little shocked. If Xinxiang was already so monstrous, then wouldn't his master be even more terrifying? That pill furnace might fall into my master's hands in the end. Xinxiang laughed. That's why I want to understand. You and your master are not world-defying stage ancestor god, nor are you all heaven's palace or heavenless divine palace. Lei Na shook his head. What do you mean? Xinxiang was only casually asking because he had already taken away the universe, life spirit that had turned into a furnace. The universe life spirit only recognizes its creator. The world-defying stage ancestral god created the world-defying stage universe, so he could take it away. As for the heavenless divine palace and the all heavens palace, they have developed a set of items that can take away the sealed universe fate soul, which is why they can take it away. Reina's face revealed a hint of fear when she spoke of this. She continued, The universe life spirit is very dangerous. I have an elder who died on the spot just because he touched the universe life spirit. Died on the spot. The soul is also finished. Xinxiang was secretly shocked. Yes, his soul will be destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Reina nodded affirmatively. My parents were the ones who told me about it. That elder is my granduncle. The All Heavens Hall also has a universe life soul. Xinxiang was suddenly very curious about the other universe life souls. Our family, as well as many other families, have been assigned to the world-defying universe to establish the All Heavens Palace. As for the location of the All Heavens Hall, that's a core secret that I can't touch. The All Heavens Palace is in charge of many universes and has many universe life souls. Reina's eyes revealed a trace of yearning. It could be seen that she also hoped to have a universe life soul and control a universe. Xinxiang now roughly knew why he was sealed. It was because the All Heavens Palace wanted to snatch this world-defying universe. The Tao creation, God, Lord, should have found the universe life soul the earliest and left it in the world-defying divine palace for Xinxiang. Xinxiang had come into contact with the heaven and earth pill furnace for a period of time. It indeed had a very magical power, but in his opinion, it didn't look like a universe life soul. Back then, the slaughtering scarlet dragon ate that pill, and then the world-defying universe was born, starting the proud era. One of the remnant souls of the slaughtering scarlet dragon even entered the green dragon demon slayer and became a dragon soul. The other remnant souls were still scattered everywhere. Xinxiang suspected that the slaughtering scarlet dragon was also one of the universe life souls, and this pill furnace might just be a cover, or it could be considered a universe life soul, just that it was the weaker one. That was to say, the world-defying universe had two life souls. Xinxiang was only guessing. He believed that it was impossible for the slaughtering scarlet dragon to disappear just like that. It must have transformed into an even stronger form. Master, who exactly are you? What is your relationship with the world-defying stage ancestor god? I'm already your servant. Can't you satisfy my curiosity? Reina really wanted to know. World-defying stage ancestor god and I, we're good friends. I'm just a pill refiner. Xinxiang laughed. You can just call me young Master Shen from now on. The world-defying stage ancestor god is sealed in the center of the universe. That seal is far less terrifying than the one that sealed you back then. Furthermore, after sealing the world-defying stage ancestor god, he did not use a forbidden curse to erase other people's memories. Reina asked doubtfully. Chapter 4078. Although Mu Lin, Elder Bai Feng, and Bai Lang had all been taken down by Xinxiang, they were still very strong. Without them, it would be difficult for the All Heavens Palace to operate. Although Reyna was the Holy Thunder Guardian King, she was not proficient in such matters. Furthermore, with her powerful strength, she should not waste it on trivial matters. As long as their souls are still there, there's no problem. We just need to create a new body for them. Reyna said, "Give me their souls. They all have spare bodies. The body still has a backup." Shen Xiang felt a little incredible. We have something in the All Heavens Palace that can quickly duplicate a very strong body, especially in the divine realm. The body is just a bag of skin that can be abandoned at any time. We just need to protect the soul. Reyna said, "Master, you are also reborn through a strong soul. You should be very clear about this, right?" "Indeed, but are their spare bodies strong enough?" Shen Xiang was a little worried. "If they are too weak, they can be easily killed. As long as they don't meet someone like you, it will be very difficult for others to kill them." Reyna said, "After this, they will learn a lesson and not underestimate their enemy." Shen Xiang released the souls of Mu Lin and the others, but did not immediately hand them over to Reyna. This was because he still needed to sign a contract with these souls. These dangerous outsiders had to be under his control. After signing the soul contract, the souls were handed over to Reyna, and each soul was transferred into a bead. "Put these pearls into their spare bodies, and they can be reborn." Reyna said, "Fortunately, Master did not destroy their souls. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to find good helpers." "It's not too difficult. I have people," Shen Xiang said with a smile. "Master, what are your plans next? The world defying heavens and earth should be completely under your control." Reyna asked. "Of course, I'm going to cultivate. I just cultivated the Tao origin crystal. Furthermore, my soul is so strong, but I haven't completely grasped the method to use the power of the soul," Shen Xiang said. Hearing Shen Xiang's words, Reyna frowned. "Master, didn't you use a very strong soul power when you fought with me previously? You've mastered it well, much better than me." Lei Na said, "Besides, if you continue to cultivate, I'm afraid you'll touch the edge of the laws. It'll be dangerous. The techniques that I used to fight you were something that I suddenly comprehended. I was forced into a corner and observed you. So I used it on the spot," Shen Xiang said with a smile. Reyna was very surprised. Not only was he able to learn it without a teacher, but he was also able to master it in such a short time and use it so well. "By the way, you said that if I continue to cultivate, I will touch upon the edge of the laws. What is that?" Shen Xiang asked. "The 10 great heavens and earth were originally created by the All Heavens Hall and Heavenless Divine Palace in order to trap those who originally belonged to hell here. Moreover, they wanted to create a hell, trapping all the people in the world-defying universe who they thought were extremely vicious in hell. In the world-defying universe, there are some creatures that are very difficult to kill, and when they are sealed, they are afraid that they will break through the seal, so it is best to send them to hell." Lei Na said. Shen Xiang was a little dumbfounded. Heavenless Divine Palace was actually involved in the formation of the 10 great heavens and earth. Furthermore, the people who sealed them were all people from the most ancient era. For example, Shen Xiang and his friends were almost all in the 10 great heavens and earth. Shen Xiang suddenly realized that the power that had participated in sealing him back then should have included Heavenless Divine Palace. Heavenless Divine Palace also participated in the creation of the 10 great heavens and earth? Shen Xiang asked solemnly. Of course, this place was originally used by them to seal some difficult people. Reyna said. Shen Xiang understood that after the formation of the world-defying universe, Long Jiuxiao and the others were definitely very strong and were indeed not easy to deal with. However, after sealing them in the 10 great heavens and earth, through the power of the ancient code and the energy within the 10 great heavens and earth, they could be weakened bit by bit, preventing them from posing a threat to the world-defying universe. My friends are all in the 10 great heavens and earth. Xin Xiang said. In that case, Heavenless Divine Palace definitely participated in the sealing of Master. They should also be involved in that forbidden curse. Reina said. Right, what is the edge of the laws? Xin Xiang hurriedly pulled the topic back. The laws of the 10 great heavens and earth were originally controlled by Heavenless Divine Palace and All Heavens Palace. But later on they lost control, and even they were unable to control it. Reina was also full of doubts about this and said, the 10 great heavens and earth is a low-level space. Logically speaking, with the ability of All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace, it is impossible for them to not be able to control it. Is that so? That's a good thing. Xin Xiang said. Chapter 4079. Shen Xiang had previously asked Lan Qingtian and Ziyi to go to the Starfire City, but the two of them were not in the upper echelons of the Heavenless Divine Palace, so they could not decide anything. With the current scale of the Starfire City, it was impossible not to attract attention. The Heavenless Divine Palace should have noticed the Starfire City a long time ago, as Lan Qingtian had mentioned it before. Lei Na, have you paid attention to the Starfire City? Xin Xiang asked. Of course we have. According to the reports of our spies, the scale of the Starfire City is extremely large. Furthermore, the defense is very tight. Now that we send people into the various cities, we need to check if they are lying. We use a special tool to probe the soul to prove that this person is not an outsider or a spy. Lei Na had been sleeping a lot before, but even she knew about these details. This meant that the All Heaven Palace had already paid attention to it. Then, what have you done to the Starfire City? Xin Xiang said. If there is, stop immediately. I am still rather cautious when facing the Starfire City. After all, Long Jiuxiao is in charge. This Long Jiuxiao is very powerful. We don't want to clash with him at this time. Lei Na said, the only thing we can do right now is to let the Heavenless Divine Palace mistakenly think that the Starfire City is under our control. In this way, the Heavenless Divine Palace will be hostile to the Starfire City, right? Xin Xiang laughed. You guys are really good at scheming. Indeed, those idiots from the Heavenless Divine Palace are too easy to use. Lei Na said, Master, you'd better go to the Starfire City now. According to the news from our spies in the Heavenless Divine Palace, the Heavenless Divine Palace is going to make a move against the Starfire City. Oh, right. What's the situation with Lan Qingtian and Ziyi? Shan Xiang was suddenly curious about the brother and sister pair. Their mother died. It was the Z clan who did it. Lei Na said, This is a matter of the sanctuary. I can't be bothered with it. I'll leave this place to you. We'll contact you again. Xin Xiang was also a little anxious when he found out that the Heavenless Divine Palace was going to make a move against the Starfire City. Master, take this. We'll contact you at any time. Lei Na handed Xin Xiang a golden message charm. You need heavenly jewels to activate it. These heavenly jewels are for you. Lei Na casually gave Xin Xiang a spatial pouch filled with heavenly jewels. Shen Xiang estimated that there were at least 100 million heavenly jewels inside. After all, Rena was from the God realm, and the heavenly jewels of the Saint realm should be no different from sand in her eyes. Shen Xiang immediately left Hidden Capital City and flew towards Meteor Trail City. After flying out of the misty area where the Hidden Empire was located, he immediately contacted Lu Menger and asked about the situation on her side. What surprised him was that Lu Menger was no longer in the Heavenly Eternal Empire and had returned to the 100 Flowers world. She went back with Xue Xianxian, saying that there were many spatial weaknesses in the 100 Flowers world, and they needed people to go back and deal with them. They needed to strengthen those spatial weaknesses, or add a layer of barrier to prevent people from opening a passage to come over. Reina had said before that there was a change in the spatial thinning point. It was becoming more and more frequent, so the outsiders were about to arrive. For this reason, Lei Na had to send more people to help Shen Xiang build the Meteor Trail City during this period of time. Shen Xiang laid on the flying 6 realms mirrors and looked at the blue sky. He suddenly had an idea. There were still more than 10 days before the outsiders would take action. During this period of time, the Heavenly Eternal Empire and the Great Yin Empire did not have enough time to complete the construction. Therefore, after careful consideration, Xinxiang felt that he should contact Wu Yujun and Wang Xingzun from the Heavenly Eternal Empire. He wanted them to immediately take action and escort all the people from the Heavenly Eternal Empire to the Meteor Trail City. There was a large river that flowed from the Heavenly Eternal Empire into the Heavenly Eternal Empire. As long as that large river was dealt with and connected to the Meteor Trail City, they would be able to quickly reach the Meteor Trail City from the Heavenly Eternal Empire. Then, he had to inform Long Jiuxiao to expand the Meteor Trail City to 1,000 cities. He wanted them to move from the 9th heaven to the Meteor Trail City within a few days as much as possible. There were many people in the 9th heaven and earth, and there were many large cities as well. However, there was no time to make any preparations. Therefore, Xinxiang wanted to gather his strength and build 1,000 huge cities. As for the hidden capital, Reina would order a large number of outsiders to help build it. Those outsiders only thought that they were going to build a granary, and Reina had strictly ordered them not to kill anyone over there. Chapter 4080. The 10 Great Worlds were the battlefield of the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace. In this war, they would not allow a third party to exist. Xinxiang and the others were the third party, and now they had displayed extraordinary strength. The All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace would either rope them in or destroy them. In the war between the two sides, they would definitely not allow a third party, because this would be a huge variable. The All Heavens Palace had previously used a trick to make the Heavenless Divine Palace think that the native forces of the 10 Great Worlds were controlled by the All Heavens Palace. In this way, the Heavenless Divine Palace was worried that the native forces would affect the final outcome. So the Heavenless Divine Palace had the idea of destroying the native forces. If everything went smoothly, the All Heavens Palace would not have to spend much effort to destroy the native forces with the help of the Heavenless Divine Palace and eliminate the hidden dangers. If the Heavenless Divine Palace was not completely destroyed, then there would be native forces harassing the Heavenless Divine Palace in the future. Xinxiang analyzed the situation with Long Jiuxiao in the 9 Heavens Dragon sect, and finally decided not to join the Heavenless Divine Palace. Because the Heavenless Divine Palace had long been suspicious of the Heavenless Divine Palace, the two empires of the world, defying heavens and earth, had merged into the Yinheng territory. Even if they joined the Heavenless Divine Palace, they would still be on guard, and might even make a move in the end. Uncle Long, let's be honest with the Heavenless Divine Palace. Let's just say that we are not controlled by the All Heavens Palace and see how they will react. Xinxiang said, "They definitely won't believe us unless we are willing to completely surrender to them." Long Jiuxiao shook his head. "These great powers are all very arrogant. Unless they completely control us in their hands, they definitely won't believe us." In the eyes of the Heavenless Divine Palace, the Yinheng territory was nothing. They came from beyond the heavens, and they were a superpower like the Heavenless Divine Palace. The native forces of the 10 Great Worlds were not worth mentioning in their eyes. The All Heavens Palace of the world, defying heavens and earth, has already been dealt with by us, and now a Heavenless Divine Palace has popped up. Xinxiang sighed and said, "It's really too difficult for us. There's nothing we can do about it. We're too weak in their eyes." Long Jiuxiao shook his head and smiled. "If you didn't come back, we might be in a miserable state now." Indeed, if Xinxiang had not returned and intervened early, killing a few Empyreans, as well as subduing Saint Wang and Elderling, the world defying heavens and earth would have already started all kinds of chaotic battles. Even though the Starflame sect had changed its name to the Dragon sect of the continent of the 9 Clouds, there weren't many changes. There were just more buildings. More people were coming from the continent of the 9 Clouds. Xinxiang also saw his old friends like Yin Xiaodao and Zhu Rong, but they couldn't remember him now. They didn't change much, but they cultivated harder. There was also his disciple, Xiaoqiu, who had become a handsome bald youth. They had not recovered their memories yet, and Shen Xiang had not communicated with them much. After all, they were unfamiliar with Shen Xiang. At night, Shen Xiang, who was concocting pills, suddenly received a message from Long Jiuxiao. The people from Heavenless Divine Palace had arrived. These guys actually chose to meet at night. Shen Xiang felt that something bad was going to happen. He immediately came out of the pill refining room and headed towards the main hall in the middle of the 9 Clouds Dragon Sect. This time he did not change his appearance. He wore a very ordinary white robe and went straight to the main hall. Only Long Jiuxiao was here. If he couldn't beat someone, the others wouldn't be able to either, so he and Shen Xiang were enough to face the people from Heavenless Divine Palace. There were a total of 5 people from Heavenless Divine Palace. 2 of the young people were Lan Qingtian and Zi Yi, followed by 2 old men and 1 middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had the highest status. The 2 old men did not look weak, but they were very respectful to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a square face and an ordinary appearance. However, his clothes were very gorgeous. His golden red, thin scale armor was clearly made from the scales of a powerful beast. When Lan Qingtian and Zi saw Shen Xiang, a handsome young man, walk in, they opened their eyes wide and were secretly shocked. Chapter 4081. Seeing how strong Long Jiuxiao's aura was, Lan Yu was a little shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Long Jiuxiao, my Heavenless Divine Palace, is evenly matched with the All-Heaven Palace. Are you really not afraid of us? Lan Yu put on an act and said loudly, I'll give you some more time to think about it. Long Jiuxiao was not afraid of Lan Yu to begin with. Even if Shen Xiang was not here, with Long Jiuxiao's current strength, it would not be a problem to beat Lan Yu. Although Long Jiuxiao had been trapped in the 10 Great Worlds for many years, he was very famous in the sacred region. Back then, when the Divine Horn Beast clan entered, they suffered a huge loss at Long Jiuxiao's hands. Furthermore, they had always wanted to capture Long Jiuxiao, but they did not succeed. Instead, many of the Divine Horn Beast clan rankers were killed by Long Jiuxiao. Thus, even now, the Divine Horn Beast was still thinking about Long Jiuxiao. Another reason was that Long Jiuxiao was now considered the representative of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan in the 10 Great Worlds were all pure-blooded dragons. There were a large number of powerful beasts in the world-defying stage universe, but there were no pure-blooded Dragon Clan. The main reason was because the world-defying stage universe was worried that the Dragon Clan would grow stronger and dominate the entire universe. Long Jiuxiao's soul was currently weaker. With his powerful dragon body, he was not afraid of people from the sacred region or even the divine realm. Now, with the help of Shen Xiang, Long Jiuxiao had already broken through the restrictions of his soul and raised his soul's cultivation. It was much stronger than before. As for those who came from outside the heavens, in their inherent understanding, the souls of the creatures of the 10 Great Worlds were very weak. Long Jiuxiao was staring at Lan Yu coldly, not saying a word. The entire hall was very quiet. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Long Jiuxiao's reply. Lan Qingtian and Zi Yi wanted to say something, to let the elders pay more attention to Shen Xiang, but they didn't dare to say anything because there was no place for them to speak here. Long Jiuxiao, what do you think? A wise man submits to circumstances. Lan Yu said coldly. He thought that Long Jiuxiao would submit to them. I still have the same words. Either scram or die. Long Jiuxiao sneered. Whether it is the All-Heaven Palace or Heavenless Divine Palace, I am not afraid. This is my territory. It is not your turn to be arrogant. Then don't blame me. After Lan Yu finished speaking, a long blade appeared in his hand. In an instant, he rushed towards Long Jiuxiao and directly slashed at him. At the same time, the 2 elders from Heavenless Divine Palace also attacked Long Jiuxiao. Zi and Lan Qingtian turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated to the side. They were all paying attention to Shen Xiang, but they realized that Xinxiang had suddenly disappeared. This made them even more nervous. In their eyes, Xinxiang was much more terrifying than Long Jiuxiao. Long Jiuxiao, Lan Yu, and the two elders started fighting. It had to be said that this hall was extremely sturdy, and there was even a formation. Long Jiuxiao had activated the formation just now. He no longer planned to let Lan Yu and the others leave alive. He had to give Heavenless Divine Palace some deterrence. Otherwise, the Heavenless Divine Palace would really think that he, Long Jiuxiao, was easy to bully and would come looking for trouble with them time and time again. Xinxiang was only invisible. He was not worried about Long Jiuxiao, so he watched the battle with ease. Then he secretly sent a voice transmission to Lan Qingtian and Zi. "My two friends, please join us. You just need to provide us with information on the Heavenless Divine Palace." Hearing Xinxiang's sound transmission, Lan Qingtian and Zi were both stunned. They knew that there was no room for refusal. Once they refused, they would definitely be taken down. Xinxiang had saved their lives, and he wasn't a bad person. He was also very strong, so without even thinking, they nodded slightly in agreement. This was something that couldn't be helped. They didn't expect these elders to be so unreasonable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caused such a ruckus. Xinxiang needed to understand more about the Heavenless Divine Palace. Lan Qingtian and Zi could both provide him with information about the Heavenless Divine Palace, and he knew that these two siblings were pretty good people. Lan Yu was still quite strong, not to mention the equipment on his body. His soul was also far above Long Jiuxiao's. Chapter 4082. Xinxiang wanted Lan Qingtian and Zi to be spies, not only because of his words, but also because he wanted to use a soul contract to restrict them. Lan Qingtian and Zi did not resist and quickly signed a soul contract with Xinxiang, joining Xinxiang's side. After signing the contract, Xinxiang let the siblings leave and return to the Heavenless God Palace. He reported the matter of the Heavenless God Palace and told them to omit the matter of the Green Dragon Demon Slayer and the 6 Realms Mirrors. This was equivalent to declaring war on the Heavenless God Palace. But Xinxiang and Long Jiuxiao were not afraid. Elder Bai of the All Heavens Palace was killed, Lan Yu was also killed, and the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless God Palace in the 10 Great Worlds were defeated, which meant that the people of these two powers were not invincible in the 10 Great Worlds. Xinxiang wanted to release such a signal, to let them know that the native forces of the 10 Great Worlds were not to be trifled with. On the side of the 9 Clouds World and the 100 Flowers World, they had already found the hidden traitors and had even interrogated them for very important information. For example, the underground of the 9 Clouds World and the 100 Flowers World both had spatial passageways that connected to the outer heavens sacred region. The location of the transmission array was not a super large city like the Lingfeng city. It was only a relatively large basement with a transmission array built inside. These transmission arrays were now destroyed one by the 9 Clouds World and the 100 Flowers World. Although Long Jiuxiao's forces in the 9 Clouds World had to move to the world-defying stage, they could not leave those transmission arrays behind. Xinxiang learned another very important piece of information from Lei Na. In another 10 days, the forces of the outer heaven would enter the 10 Great Worlds on a large scale. The spatial passageways they used were not only underground but also in the air. The period of weakness in the space of the 10 Great Worlds would last for a total of 10 days or so. Once it passed, the spatial passageway in the sky would close, and if one wanted to open the spatial passageway underground, it would require a large amount of energy. There were many underground spatial passageways that could not be completely sealed. For example, the demonic abyss were all spatial passageways. More and more people came to the eternal flame domain. Now, with Long Jiuxiao leading the way, Wu Yujun and the Heavenly Flame Emperor working together, they gathered the giants of their empires to help build large cities. Saint Venerable Wang secretly mobilized the outsiders of Lingfeng City to participate. He wanted them to keep a distance from the people of Yanheng region to avoid conflict. In just 3 days, Rina had mobilized millions of outsiders to the Eternal Flame territory to help with the construction of a large city. In the center of the Yanheng region was Xinghua City. Xinghua City was already gigantic, and now it had expanded to accommodate the people of the continent of the Nine Clouds and the Tianheng Empire. In other words, the entrance of the god-horned beast clan under the Crouching Dragon Manor was also within the boundaries of the Yanheng region. However, Long Jiuxiao was not worried. He had made preparations there. If the divine horned beast clan dared to come out, he would catch them as if they were rats. Xin Xiang was not worried about the construction of the Yanheng territory. What he wanted to do was to make sure that his strength would become stronger. When the time came, he did not know what kind of monsters the Heavenless God Palace and the All Heavens Palace would send. Based on his previous contact with Rina, it was possible for him to meet a very strong opponent in the 10 Great Worlds. Now, Shen Xiang was desperately refining Sea of Consciousness soul pills so that more people could cultivate their Sea of Consciousness. As long as the core of the Yanheng region cultivated their Sea of Consciousness, they would not be so powerless when facing the outsiders. Then there was the problem of equipment. Shen Xiang gave Long Jiuxiao and the 100 Flowers World a lot of equipment and heavenly jewels. Rina would also secretly provide them. So, in terms of equipment, they would not be much worse than the outsiders. The native forces of the 10 major worlds were lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the eyes of the outsiders. Xin Xiang and the others were now prepared. When the time came, they would be able to kill the outsiders by surprise. What made Shen Xiang very vigilant was the All Heavens Palace hidden in the other worlds. Rina said that there were other All Heavens Palaces and they were not weak. In that case, the Heavenless God Palace also had Heavenless God Palaces hidden in other worlds. The Heavenless God Palace and the All Heavens Palace had to decide a victor in the 10 major worlds before seizing the world-defying God Furnace, which was the Heaven and Earth Pill Furnace in Xin Xiang's hands. That was the life spirit of the world-defying universe. Now that it had fallen into Xin Xiang's hands, the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless God Palace had no idea. As for Shen Xiang, he believed that the Pill Furnace was not the entirety of the universe life spirit. In the morning, Shen Xiang stayed in his room. He contacted Lu Menger and Xiao Xianglin. The 100 Flowers World was now fully prepared, so he was much more at ease. Now he wanted to understand the universe, life, spirit in his hands. Chapter 4083. After knowing that there really was another universe life soul, Shen Xiang didn't know why, but he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. His intuition told him that the universe life soul was extremely important, much more important than the world-defying God Furnace. He suddenly felt that it was extremely likely that he had a close relationship with the universe life soul. After all, he was the one who caused the formation of the world-defying stage universe. So it was not strange that the universe life soul that was born had some kind of mysterious connection with him. Sister Jing, does it know where the universe life soul is? Xin Xiang asked. It's still too weak right now, so it can't sense the other universe life soul for the time being. However, it's said that the universe life soul is very safe. Little sister Xiaojing said, Big brother, the world-defying God Furnace is going to rest now. Its consciousness can only be awakened for a short period of time. What? I fed it a lot of heavenly jewels. Why is it resting now? Xin Xiang felt his heart ache. So many heavenly jewels, but they were not of much use. The energy of the heavenly jewels has already allowed it to grow. However, to maintain consciousness, it requires a lot of energy. Little sister Xiaojing said, Actually, the soul body of the world-defying God Furnace is too strong. With that little bit of energy, it really can't be maintained for long. All right, we'll talk about it in the future. I'll get more heavenly jewels. Shen Xiang still had a lot of heavenly jewels in his hands, but the situation was not clear yet, so he did not dare to use them recklessly. The heavenly jewels could maintain the operation of the formation, allowing it to erupt with a very powerful energy. Other than that, they could also maintain the operation of the transmission array. Shenxiang now also realized that it was impossible to raise a universe life soul in the 10 great worlds. Something as powerful as the universe life soul had to go to an even more powerful space to grow. For example, the sacred domain or the divine realm. The vast universe contained a lot of energy, and it was all concentrated in these 2 places. We have to rush out of the 10 great worlds. Shenxiang calculated that when the time came, he would only be able to rush out by himself, because the rest of the people in the 10 great worlds would not be able to keep up. For example, Long Jiuxiao could only take a beating when he went to the sanctuary, but if he stayed in the 10 great worlds, his cultivation would be restricted, causing him to never be able to break through. They didn't have a good chance to grow at all. It was all because they were sealed here and killed off this opportunity, causing them to miss out on the growth of the world-defying stage universe. Shenxiang had another plan, which was to find a way to control the laws of the 10 great earths, and then gradually remove the restrictions on his cultivation. At the same time, he would maintain the spatial barrier between the 10 great earths and the outer heavens. In this way, no one from outer space would be able to come in, and there would be a very good environment for growth within the 10 worlds. The difficult part now was how to control the laws of the 10 great worlds. Shenxiang thought about it and felt that he had to make a breakthrough with the universe life soul. The universe life soul was the core of a universe. Perhaps it had something to do with the laws of the universe's operation. After pondering for a while, Shenxiang suddenly thought of a way. He had to break through first, and then see if he could use it to come into contact with the power of the laws of the 10 great worlds. Previously, someone had warned him not to continue cultivating. Otherwise, he would touch the edge of the laws and attract heavenly tribulation or something. He might even be directly teleported out of the 10 great worlds. Shenxiang's current cultivation should already be at the peak of the 10th level of the Tao Being realm. Although he did not cultivate much during this period of time, his Tao Yuan crystal had involuntarily become stronger. He suspected that when he was refining pills, he could absorb a large amount of heavenly beasts. The Tao Yuan crystal had become much larger after absorbing a large amount of energy from the heavenly beads. He originally had a heavenly Tao seed, but this thing had always been very strange. Even now, he still hadn't figured out what kind of existence it was. If I continue to cultivate, I will be able to surpass the Tao Being realm and enter the so-called Absolute Sage realm. That is to say, when the Tao Yuan crystal reaches a certain level, it will undergo self-transformation. Shenxiang did not know if his own Tao Yuan crystal was considered big or not. According to the memories of the other outsiders that he had devoured, his Tao Yuan crystal was considered very big and had already filled his heart to the brim. However, he did not have any signs of breaking through. The strength of the Tao Yuan power that he activated through the Tao Yuan crystal was not much different from before. If he broke through, the Tao Yuan crystal would transform itself, and the Tao Yuan power would become even stronger, even if he entered the Absolute Sage realm. If one had just stepped into the Absolute Sage realm, it would only be the Tao Yuan power that was stronger. The only difference was that the Tao Yuan crystal of the Absolute Sage realm would have a special ability, which was to pour the Tao Yuan power into one soul and then strengthen it. Shenxiang's own soul was very strong, so he definitely didn't feel anything about this kind of cultivation. No, I have to ask Lei Na. Shenxiang could only take out the communication talisman to contact Lei Na. Lei Na was in the hidden capital of the Hidden Empire. She was very far away from Shenxiang, but that communication talisman could easily contact her. Chapter 4084. Shenxiang had tried it before. He could refine heavenly jewels and other people's Tao Yuan crystal into pills. This was a pill that could quickly allow the Tao Yuan crystal to grow. He had a lot of heavenly jewels, but not many Tao Yuan crystal. In order to get the Tao Yuan crystal, he thought of the towering wind city. Previously, he and Lu Menger had placed more than 10,000 Dao Yuan crystal in the Towering Wind City in order to blow up the Towering Wind City. But later on, the plan changed and he did not carry it out. He immediately contacted Wang Shengzun and asked him to bring his equipment to the Towering Wind City to search for the Dao Yuan crystal. 10,000 Dao Yuan crystal was more or less enough for Xinxiang. Wang Shengzun did not know that there were so many Dao Yuan crystal in the Towering Wind City. After he brought his men to find them one by one, he felt some lingering fear in his heart. If they exploded, the entire Towering Wind City would be finished. In just a few days, Wang Xingzun had delivered more than 10,000 Dao Yuan crystal into Xinxiang's hands. In the past few days, Xinxiang had only refined a small number of Sea of Consciousness soul pills. In the 10 Great Worlds, the reason why souls could not be raised was mainly because of the restrictions of the laws. If he could control the laws and modify them, he would not need the Sea of Consciousness soul pill to break through the 10 Great Worlds. In the past few days, Lan Qingtian and Zi had also continuously sent news that the Heavenless Divine Palace was gathering an army. Just in the world-defying stage alone, there were more than 1 million of them. Heavenless Divine Palace's target was not the Yen Hung territory. Although Lan Yu had been killed, Heavenless Divine Palace did not immediately take revenge on him. This was because Heavenless Divine Palace believed that the Yen Hung territory was just a cover. It was extremely likely that it was a trap in order to restrain the main force of Heavenless Divine Palace and distract their attention. Therefore, Heavenless Divine Palace decided to first get rid of the Heavenly Palace of the world-defying stage in one go, and then beat back the other powers that had entered the world-defying stage. Finally, he would flatten the Yen Hung territory, then attack the world-defying stage Divine Palace, and seize the world-defying God Furnace. There were a total of 3 heavenly palaces in the 10 Great Worlds. The other 2 heavenly palaces were outside of the world-defying stage Divine Palace. According to the news from Lena, these 2 heavenly palaces were currently also supporting the world-defying stage. They would not let the world-defying stage fall into Heavenless Divine Palace's hands. Therefore, Xinxiang and the others only needed to protect themselves. When the time came, the forces from beyond the heavens would all participate in this chaotic battle. Only a small portion of the forces from beyond the heavens would attack the native forces of the 10 great heavens and earth. This gave Xinxiang and the others some time to prepare. Although time was tight, the 100 Flowers universe and the 9 Firmaments Dragon sect worked together and finished the teleportation formation. That way, it would be even faster to teleport from the continent of the 9 firmaments to the Proud World. In the continent of the 9 clouds, there were many resources. The dragon sect of the continent of the 9 clouds would do their best to transfer them to Yen Hung region. Xinxiang had been in seclusion all this time. Although Reina had warned him not to break through, he still wanted to give it a try. Otherwise, when faced with the powerful All Heavens Hall and Heavenless Divine Palace in the future, he would not be able to protect the entire Yen Hung region. There was also the 100 Flowers world. At that time, it was very likely that they would become the main target, because they had once used the 4 symbols divine weapons and the 6 realms mirrors to fight. This was what Xinxiang had learned from Reina. Reina had told Xinxiang that the All Heavens Hall placed great importance on the 100 Flowers world. That was why they had placed many people in the 100 Flowers world for the 6 realms mirrors and the 4 symbols divine weapons. Xinxiang wanted to step into the Sage realm, but it was not a risk. This was because he believed that the power of the laws of the 10 great worlds was biased towards him. This was a special feeling. It was as if he could feel the existence of the second universe, life spirit. Zero, furthermore, he was able to be reborn in the world-defying stage. This might be the power of the laws of the 10 great worlds, secretly protecting him. Xinxiang mixed the 10,000 Dao origin crystals with a large number of heavenly jewels and refined many pills. Chapter 4085. Xinxiang never thought that this divine forest would actually be able to produce a powerful, protective shield at a time like this. It was obvious that he was deliberately protecting this divine forest. Shen Xiang secretly investigated in the air and discovered that the protective shield of this divine forest was extremely strong. With his strength, he was actually unable to break through. Then he released the 6 realms mirrors and let little sister Xiao Jing investigate. After little sister Xiao Jing investigated, she was also amazed because she was also unable to break through the 6 realms mirrors. In other words, this divine forest was very safe. Why is that? Could it be that they knew that I was coming, so they created a protective shield to prevent me from entering? Xin Xiang could not help but have this guess, because this was a protective shield that even the 6 realms mirrors could not break through. Back then, the 6 realms mirrors was sealed under this divine forest, so little sister Xiao Jing still had some impression of it. Big brother, I can't help you enter. This protective shield is too strong. The level of energy used is very high. Little sister Xiao Jing said guiltily, "What kind of energy is the energy of the protective shield?" Shen Xiang asked. He could not sense it. He only knew that the protective shield was extremely sturdy. Far beyond the sacred domain. It might be the energy from the divine realm. But, big brother, you've come into contact with the divine Thunder Shakyamuni before, so she more or less has the energy of the divine realm in her body. Do you think it's the same? Little sister Xiao Jing asked. It's not the same. Xin Xiang frowned and shook his head. Then it might be energy that far surpasses the divine realm. Little sister Xiao Jing said again, I just wanted to go in and trigger heavenly tribulation. I didn't expect this place to become like this. Shen Xiang had a special feeling for this divine forest. After all, he was reborn from this place, and his body was even nurtured from a big tree. To him, this was his root, but now that he was rejected, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness in his heart. Big brother, you haven't tried to go in yet, right? Maybe you can go in directly? Little sister Xiao Jing suddenly said. That's right. When Shen Xiang arrived here, he floated in the air and looked down, but did not immediately try to enter. He immediately approached it and touched it with his hand. Sure enough, his hand could directly penetrate it. Great! Shen Xiang was ecstatic and immediately passed through the protective shield. After entering, he felt a very strange fragrance coming from the air. The air here gave him an incomparably comfortable feeling. He immediately took out the 6 realms mirrors and let little sister Xiao Jing feel it. Little sister Xiao Jing was also full of praise as she absorbed the energy here with all her might. Shen Xiang remembered that there was a huge tree in the middle of the divine forest, and that was the middle of the divine forest. Back then, when Shen Xiang found little sister Little Mirror inside the 6 realms mirrors, it was inside a big tree inside the mirror. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Shen Xiang or Little Jing, both of them had an incomparable love and yearning for this divine forest at this moment. Even little sister Xiao Jing had transformed into her original body and ran out of the 6 realms mirrors, turning into a cute little girl a few years old. She was wearing a clean white dress, barefooted, and her hair was tied into a ponytail. She was so happy that she was jumping around in the divine forest, giggling nonstop. Big brother, let's go and find the spirit of the divine forest. Little sister Xiao Jing suddenly shouted. Shen Xiang remembered that when he first met an old yellow ox in this divine forest, he also said that this divine forest had a spirit of the divine forest. Little sister Jing, how did you know about the spirit of the divine forest? Shen Xiang asked. I suddenly remembered something. When I was sleeping here before, I remembered something. Chapter 4086. Little sister Xiaojing was worried that Shen Xiang would forget a lot of things. In her eyes, Shen Xiang was her brother, her family. She didn't want to be forgotten by Shen Xiang. That will depend on his good fortune. The old granny said, Grandma, is the tribulation dangerous? Will you die? Little sister Xiao Jing thought that there might be danger and started to worry again. She wanted nothing more than to drill into the giant tree. I don't know either. It all depends on him. The old granny sighed. Little girl, do you really not remember what happened to you when you went through your tribulation? Little sister Xiao Jing tried her best to recall, but she couldn't remember anything. She could only shake her head, helplessly. Since you can pass it, then he should be able to as well. I hope everything goes well for him. The old granny's voice came out, and there was a hint of worry in it. Grandma, who exactly are you? Little sister Xiao Jing asked. I am the spirit of the divine forest. The old granny laughed. The divine forest is very important. I am responsible for protecting this divine forest. Then, can you help Big Brother pass through the tribulation? Little sister Xiao Jing stared at the huge tree, wishing she could rush in and take a look. She could also feel that the huge tree contained a terrifying power. With her strength, it was impossible for her to rush in. Don't worry. If he fails, then he will be reborn again. The old granny laughed. He was reborn in this place. I hope Big Brother can successfully pass through the tribulation. If he is reborn, then all his cultivation in the past few days will have been wasted. Little sister Xiao Jing sighed. She was also very clear that it was not easy for Shen Xiang to cultivate to this point. Shen Xiang entered the giant tree in a daze. After entering, he was in a golden space. He didn't know what was going on, but he felt a terrifying power locking onto him. Am I going to undergo tribulation here? Shen Xiang was already prepared, but he suddenly felt that something was amiss. Not good. Little sister Xiao Jing is still outside. Shen Xiang remembered that the 6 realms mirrors was not by his side. The world-defying god furnace and green dragon demon slayer, as well as various other good things, were all hidden within the 6 realms mirrors. Normally, the 6 realms mirrors had always maintained a close connection with him, but now this connection had been cut off. Looks like we have to separate from the 6 realms mirrors to enter this place. Although the 6 realms mirrors was not by his side, Shen Xiang was not worried at all. Instead, he was worried that little sister Xiao Jing was outside. Suddenly, Shen Xiang felt pain all over his body. The sudden pain caused him to let out a painful roar. What the hell is this? Shen Xiang didn't see anything, but his body was inexplicably in pain. Previously, he had been very calm, but now he was somewhat fearful. He was enveloped by a force and suspended in this golden space. It looked as if he was chained to an execution ground. That was because he discovered that he was unable to move, unable to break free from that power. Why is tribulation transcendence like this? The pain in Shen Xiang's body had yet to disappear, and at this moment it was already so painful that his entire body was in a daze and twitching. The most common tribulation transcendence was all kinds of lightning. Shen Xiang was not afraid of lightning, so he scoffed at tribulation transcendence before. Chapter 4087. Shen Xiang had indeed experienced unprecedented pain and torture just now, but he thought that this tribulation shouldn't be that simple. But now it seemed that it was over. This made him very puzzled. After all, it was too easy for him. He was still floating in this golden space. His body could move, but he didn't know how to get out. Is it over or not? Shen Xiang shouted a few times, but there was no response. He only wanted to go out now, because the 6 realms mirrors was still outside. He was more or less worried about little sister Xiao Jing's safety. Shen Xiang secretly felt his own Dao Yuan crystal. He had already successfully become a saint, and he had stepped into the absolute sage realm. The Dao Yuan energy of the sage realm is indeed powerful. He condensed the Dao Yuan energy in his hands. The Dao Yuan crystal released 2 types of Dao Yuan energy. One was nurtured by stepping into the sage realm, and the other is the original one. He now understood why people from the outside world would have their cultivation restricted. It was because they were unable to use the other type of holy power from the Dao Yuan crystal. Lei Na, who came from the divine realm, could only release the weakest type of Dao Yuan energy within her Dao Yuan crystal. It seems that when I step into the divine realm in the future, there will be a third force. The weakest is the Dao Yuan mortal force and the 10 great worlds. They can only cultivate ordinary Dao Yuan energy. Then there is the Dao Yuan holy power, which can only be cultivated in the sacred domain. Xin Xiang was now able to fuse ordinary Dao Yuan mortal force and Dao Yuan immortal force together and release them. In this space, he was not restricted. Just as he was learning how to use the Dao Yuan holy power, the space around him suddenly fluctuated. Not good. Xin Xiang's face changed. After the spatial fluctuations, many auras from the sacred domain outside the heavens surged in from the space. The spatial fluctuations around him were about to suck him into the sacred domain. Lei Na had said before that if he broke through and touched the edge of the law, he would be sucked into the sacred domain. I can't go to the sacred domain yet. Shan Xiang still had many things to do in the 10 great worlds. If he went to the sacred domain now, the 10 great worlds would be in danger. He immediately sealed the Dao Yuan holy power within his Dao Yuan energy, but it was useless. The space around him was still fluctuating. I have to think of something quickly. At this moment, Xin Xiang was extremely anxious. At this moment, facing such a powerful nomological force, he was actually at his wit's end. No, there must be a way. Xin Xiang forced himself to calm down as his mind raced. Right. What Xin Xiang could do now was to use his extremely powerful soul to sense the laws of heaven and earth. He wanted to come into contact with the power of the laws of the 10 great worlds. After entering the absolute saint realm, Xin Xiang could unleash even more power from his soul. He released his soul outside of his body, and then madly urged his soul to erupt with a powerful force. Law of the 10 great heavens and earth, where are you? Xin Xiang's consciousness roared. Not long after, he sensed that there were many threads between heaven and earth, as if they were constructing the 10 great worlds. The threads were slowly flowing, extremely mysterious. This was just what he sensed. He couldn't see it in reality at all. However, he was sure that this was the power of law that enveloped the 10 great worlds. 0. Chapter 4088. Xin Xiang was a little confused. This old granny actually wanted to send him out of the sky at this time. Right now, he was not fully prepared. He did not want to go to the sacred domain because he was afraid of facing a strong enemy. Once you go to the sacred domain, with the 6 realms mirrors here, it will be very difficult for others to catch you. Because the sky is very vast, you have too many places to hide. In the vast universe, it would be impossible for them to find a person. The old granny said, but in the 10 great worlds, I am invincible. Xin Xiang curled his lips and said, in this kind of place, how could I be caught? Hard to say. After the 10 great worlds merged, although they're still very big, they are still far from being as big as the universe. Finding you is only a matter of time. The old granny said, so I feel that it's safest for you to go to the sacred domain outside the heavens right now. I don't want to go yet. Xin Xiang spread out his hands and said, I still have too many ties in the 10 great worlds, and I have my own plans. Let's talk about it after I become stronger. I don't want to go to the outer space and hide everywhere. He just wanted to develop his own power. Once he became strong in the future, he would be able to fight against the All-Heaven Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace. I only let you stay because I saw your obsession. The old granny sighed. I hope my decision won't cause a huge mistake. Grandma, nothing will happen. Xin Xiang laughed. Once I completely control the 10 great worlds, it won't be too late to rush out. Everything is up to you. Your fate is not something that can be controlled by any power. The old granny smiled and said, then I will rest here in peace. Grandma, why are you recuperating? Are you injured? Xinxiang asked curiously. Not really. It's just that I'm not strong enough. Furthermore, I have many flaws that I need to repair myself. The old granny said, once I've recuperated, I might be able to remove some of the restrictions. She was afraid that Xinxiang would not understand. So after thinking for a moment, she continued to explain, let's put it this way. There is something like a seal on my body that prevents me from fully controlling the operation of the 10 great worlds. So that's how it is. In that case, if I want to come into contact with the cultivation and soul restrictions of the 10 major heavens and earth, I can't for the time being? Xinxiang somewhat understood. Indeed. However, people with powerful souls will not have their soul cultivation suppressed when they enter from outer space. They will just have to pay a price. The old granny sighed again. Also, they will weaken the spatial wall. I need to rest well and restore the spatial wall. Otherwise, more of them will come. Grandma, you must rest well. Leave the 10 great heavens and earth to me. Xinxiang was full of confidence after entering the absolute saint realm. Right now, he did not need to use the 6 realms mirrors or the green dragon demon slayer. Just by relying on his elemental energy, his powerful body, and his soul, he could defeat the strong enemies from the sanctuary. Xinxiang was sent out of the big tree. Just as he arrived outside, little sister Xiao Jing pounced over and hugged Xinxiang's leg. Big brother, are you all right? Little sister Xiao Jing was worried sick. What could happen to me? Xinxiang smiled and caressed the little girl's cute little face and said with a smile, Little sister Jing, how many days have I been in there? 5 days. Seeing that Xinxiang was fine, little sister Xiao Jing was completely relieved and said, During this period of time, a lot of people have been looking for you. Your communication symbol paper is vibrating. 5 days? Xinxiang was shocked. Little sister Xiao Jing immediately took out the communication symbol paper from the 6 realms mirrors and gave it to Xinxiang. Xinxiang first connected to Long Jiuxiao, but there was only Long Jiuxiao's message inside. Then it was Lu Meng, Xiao Xianglin, and Lei Na. Wang Xingzun also had one. He summarized the news from everyone. The main thing was that the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace had started a war. The battle was very intense and there were many casualties. However, they suddenly stopped fighting, mainly because the 10 great worlds were moving quickly and merging together. Wang Shengzun had already left Lingfeng City, and the hundreds of thousands of outsiders had already been taken over by the people sent by the Supreme Sacred Sect. He could not impersonate the upper echelons of the Supreme Sacred Sect, so he could only leave. Lei Na's side was not a big deal. She only told Xinxiang that the other 2 All Heavens Palace had already noticed the Yanheng territory. As for Long Jiuxiao's news, it was about the God Horn Beast clan. Right now, the main thing was that the God Horn Beast clan was going to attack the Yanheng territory. The strength of the God Horn Beast clan was no longer the same as before. They were extremely powerful. After knowing that the leader of the Yanheng territory was Long Jiuxiao, the upper echelons of the God Horn Beast clan made a decision to attack the Yanheng territory at all costs. Xiao, Xianglin, and Lu Meng sent news that they were only concerned about Xinxiang and asked him about his current situation. Although the 100 Flowers world was also attacked by some forces from beyond the heavens, everything was still stable. Chapter 4089. After Xinxiang returned to the 9 Firmament Dragon sect, he immediately went to find Long Jiuxiao. Long Jiuxiao's soul cultivation had improved a lot. Under Xinxiang's guidance, 100 Flower World could refine pills that could improve one's soul. Eating these pills could increase the cultivation of one's soul even faster. Long Jiuxiao's soul was much stronger, and the deterrence he gave off was stronger. In addition to his burly figure and domineering dragon aura, he gave off a very powerful feeling. You're finally back. I couldn't contact you during this time. I thought you went to the Saint Domain. Long Jiuxiao patted Xinxiang's shoulder and said with a smile, In fact, when he saw Xinxiang, he knew that his current strength was unfathomable. He was already far above him. He was not surprised that Xinxiang had suddenly become so strong. After Xinxiang was reborn, his cultivation speed would be very fast. When I came back, I saw the God Horn Beast clan outside. They're not moving now. I don't know what they're planning. Xinxiang wanted to get rid of the God Horn Beast clan as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be very uneasy. They're waiting. Long Jiuxiao said they haven't attacked yet. They want to investigate our barrier and the situation of the entire Eternal Flame region. They want to create panic and chaos among us. How's the situation in the Eternal Flame region now? Is there chaos? Xinxiang asked. There were so many people in the Eternal Flame region. In total, there were more than 1 billion people. If there was chaos, there would be serious consequences. Right now, we, the 9 Firmament Dragon sect, are maintaining order. In addition, the original higher-ups of the Tianheng and Great Yan empires are very prestigious. They can calm everyone down. Right now, the Divine Horned Beast clan is constantly increasing their numbers. Furthermore, they often advertise loudly outside, saying how weak we are. In short, they are disrupting our morale. Long Jiuxiao was very confident that he would not be affected by the Divine Horned Beast clan. That's good. Xinxiang nodded. The God Horned Beast clan has been waiting outside. They will more or less give us some pressure. We can't follow their rhythm. I've already taken action. Long Jiuxiao said, I will send out experts to infiltrate their encampment and carry out an assassination operation to kill some small leaders. Oh, how's the effect? Xinxiang felt that this was a good idea. After all, the Divine Horned Beast clan was an outsider. Their base was in the sacred region. Furthermore, they had to pay a hefty price to come over from the sacred region. If their precious leader was assassinated, it would be a blow to them. We only managed to assassinate a few. There were too many of them, and they were very strong. It was not easy for us to succeed and escape unscathed. We still can't find out how they will react. Long Jiuxiao said, In short, I will send assassins from time to time. Should we mobilize the demonic ape dragon servants? Xinxiang asked. 100 demonic ape dragon servants will be able to deal a lot of damage to them. After all, the demonic ape dragon servants are not good cards. All the clans in the universe are against them. If they know that we control 100 demonic ape dragons, all the clans might join forces to attack us. Long Jiuxiao was a little worried about this. Right now, only the Divine Horned Beast clan is leading the way. If the Divine Horned Beast clan breaks through our barrier, the other powers from beyond the heavens will definitely pounce on us and bite us. Xinxiang said, We must use thunderous methods to repel the Divine Horned Beast clan and intimidate the other powers from beyond the heavens. Young Master Xin, what do you think? Long Jiuxiao asked. He had the same idea before, but Long Jiuxiao, could not use thunderous methods. He was indeed very strong, but against so many Divine Horned Beast clan, he could not defeat them. In the past, although the Ninth Heaven had defeated the Divine Horned Beast clan and caused them to suffer heavy losses, the Ninth Heaven had also paid a heavy price. Moreover, this time there were many Divine Horned Beast clan and other powers from beyond the heavens, eyeing them covetously. Long Jiuxiao could not use up all his strength to defeat the Divine Horned Beast clan in one breath. This would only cause the Eternal Flame region to become very empty. The demonic ape dragon servants must be dispatched. I will refine some poison-repelling pills for you. Xinxiang thought for a moment and said, Uncle Long, you have formed 3,000 elites. This should not be a problem, right? 3,000 dragons, together with the equipment we obtained before, as well as all kinds of magic treasures and holy talismans filled with heaven-filling beads. It will not be a problem for us to fight against 100,000 divine Horned Beast clan. Long Jiuxiao nodded. 3,000 against 100,000? Are they that strong? Xinxiang was still a little surprised. The Divine Horned Beast clan is not a purebred dragon. We are all purebred dragons. After becoming true dragons, fighting against 100,000 is still a conservative estimate. Long Xiao said very confidently. I already have a plan, Xinxiang said. This time, even if we expose the demonic ape dragon servants, we will not hesitate. What we want is deterrence. If other powers from beyond the heavens want to encircle and annihilate us, they will have to think twice. All right, I will listen to you, Long Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 4090. In the sacred domain, the extreme sacred sect is considered a very large force, above the god horned beast race. It is said that even many experts of the god horned beast race have joined the extreme sacred sect. Now that the extreme sacred sect suddenly came over and said that they wanted to protect the Yanheng territory, the conditions they offered would definitely be difficult to achieve. They must be scheming for greater benefits. There are only 2 people from the extreme sacred sect. Both of them look very strong, but Xinxiang can tell that they are just avatars with a glance. The extreme sacred sect is also afraid that their main body will be killed, so they are extremely cautious. Xinxiang and Long Xiao are in the hall, looking at the 2 elders of the extreme sacred sect. Seeing that their spirits are not very good and their bodies are so old, they know that the other party is not sincere enough. The extreme sacred sect is clearly here to probe. The 2 elders of the extreme sacred sect don't look well, mainly because they did not use all of their souls, only a wisp of their souls to support their bodies to come here. Long Xiao, your current situation is very bad. Only our extreme sacred sect can help you through this difficult situation. An old man said, his tone is very polite. Can you really represent the extreme sacred sect? Long Xiao sneered. I don't even know who you are. We are all elders of the extreme sacred sect, and we have also obtained the approval of the protectors of the extreme sacred sect. An old man said, they all agree with our actions. The protectors of the extreme sacred sect have an extremely high status, far above these elders. Then what do you want to talk about? Long Xiao asked. There are many people in the Yanheng territory. Many of them are useless people, and there are many born every day. You just need to provide a group of people to our extreme sacred sect every day. The elder said, how many people do you need? What do you want those people for? Although Long Xiao asked this, he has already guessed what they want to do. Give us 100,000 people every day. Our extreme sacred sect will protect the Yanheng territory from being invaded. The old man said, what do you want so many people for? Long Xiao sneered. Long Xiao, you are a smart person. Don't ask the obvious. The old man laughed sinisterly. You sacrifice 100,000 people every day in exchange for the stability of the Yanheng territory. This is worth it. Besides, we didn't specify who we want. Another old man added, you can hand over those who are about to die of old age to us. They are all about to die anyway. It's worth it to exchange them for the safety of the eternal flame region before they die. It was clear that the supreme sacred sect wanted 100,000 people to eat it every day. When Xinxiang and Long Xiao thought of this, they felt a little nauseous. They would definitely not agree to such a thing. We won't agree. Please leave. Long Xiao pointed to the door. He did not kill the 2 elders. They were just 2 clones. There was no point in killing them. Now it seems that the God Horn Beast clan is attacking you, but many forces are already watching you. Once the God Horn Beast clan attacks, you will be attacked by many enemies. You won't be able to hold on for long. The elder shook his head. We're not afraid. Xinxiang said, oh, right, is your supreme sacred sect also planning to attack the Eternal Flame territory? There are thousands of big cities in the Eternal Flame domain, and they formed a big formation boundary. The defense was very strong. Even the outer sky forces did not dare to act rashly. They were all waiting for the results of the god horn beast clans probing. "We have to have food. The food we brought is limited. We thought that we could replenish it in the 10 great worlds, but now—" The old man's words were very clear. In order to eat, they must attack the eternal flame region. "So, your supreme sacred sect also wants to attack our granary?" Xinxiang laughed and said, "In that case, please be prepared to be completely annihilated." What a savage brat. The 10 great worlds have been peaceful for tens of thousands of years. You have all forgotten the fear brought by the god Horn Beast clan in the past, right? The old man laughed. "Things are different now," Xinxiang said. "I advise you to take advantage of the fact that the weak point of the space is still there and go back to where you came from. Otherwise, when the space is strengthened, you will have nowhere to run." For this group of man-eating devil, Xinxiang must be a big kill. The number of people coming from the sacred domain will reach 300 million. Your eternal flame region has less than 2 billion people, right? Even if you have 2 billion people, do you think you can beat us? One of us from the sacred region can easily beat up 100 of you. Even if you have tens of billions of people, you can't beat us. The old man sneered. Chapter 4091. The 2 kings of the god Horn Beast clan were indeed very powerful. But after they came to the 10 great worlds, they were unable to use the cultivation of the absolute sage realm, and their bodies and souls were far from as strong as Xinxiang's. So they faced Xinxiang, which was a face-to-face encounter, and they were put down. With Xinxiang's current strength, he was practically an invincible existence in the 10 great worlds. Dealing with this kind of king was simply a piece of cake. Furthermore, he didn't need to capture them alive. He would kill them the moment he met them, or even assassinate them while invisible, so it went very smoothly. In the main hall of the 9 Heavens Dragon sect, Long Jiuxiao was pacing back and forth, feeling restless. This was because he was a little worried about Xinxiang, afraid that Xinxiang would not return. Back then, Long Jiuxiao had also fought with those kings, so he was very clear about their strength. Although Xinxiang was very strong and had even stepped into the sage realm, those kings seemed to have lived in the sacred domain for many years. Long Jiuxiao did not wait for long. He originally thought that Xinxiang would only have news at dawn. He did not expect that it was still late at night and Xinxiang had already returned. "What's wrong? Did you not find anyone?" Long Jiuxiao asked. "Is it these 2? Xinxiang threw out the corpses of the 2 kings from the 6 realms mirrors. Seeing the 2 of them, Long Jiuxiao's entire body trembled, appearing extremely excited. "Great, it's this sovereign!" Long Jiuxiao exclaimed. "You brat, you're really amazing. You took it down so easily. Back then, I risked my life to defeat a king." "How big of a deal?" Xinxiang laughed. "No matter how many of these fellows come, they will all die." "Then what's next?" Long Jiuxiao asked. "Next, we'll hang up their corpses so that the powers outside can see them clearly," Xinxiang said. "Then we'll see what the group of god Horn Beast race is doing." The 2 kings of the god Horn Beast race had been killed, and now they were without a leader. Furthermore, the 2 kings were so strong, but now they had suddenly turned into corpses and were even hung up by the enemy. This would definitely cause the morale of the divine Horned Beast clan to plummet. The god Horned Beast clan was stationed outside the Yen Hung Domain's barrier, and from time to time they would roar loudly, causing the people inside the Yen Hung Domain to panic. They wanted to destroy the morale of the Yen Hung Domain. However, now that their leader had been killed, their morale would definitely take a huge hit. However, what was certain was that they would not run away just like that. After all, their king had been killed, and they still had so many soldiers. If they just ran away, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the sanctuary? Although the 2 kings were gone, there were still many small and mid-sized leaders in the god Horn Beast army. They were still able to control so many god Horn Beasts. The 2 kings were already very large, and their equipment was very dazzling. Their appearances were also very familiar to the various forces. After all, They were one of the kings of the god horned beast clan. Therefore, after he was hung up, the spies of the various major forces were all shocked. The two corpses were hanging at the entrance and exit of the Eternal Flame Region's enchantment barrier. Currently, the entrance and exit were closed, and there was a transparent barrier blocking them. Inside the barrier, the corpses of the two kings were hung up. The south was where the God Horn Beast clan was stationed. Every day, God Horn beasts would come here. The sun had just risen, and when they passed by, they saw the high and mighty kings in their hearts being hung up like two dead dogs. This news immediately caused a sensation in the entire God Horn Beast army. Not long after, the news spread to all the forces in the outer heavens. It shocked all the higher-ups of the forces in the outer heavens sanctuary. Even the higher-ups of the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless God Palace knew about this news. When Lei Na heard this news, she immediately contacted Xin Xiang. She did not need to think to know that it was Shan Xiang who did it. Only Xin Xiang could take down the enemy leaders in one night. After all, even Lei Na, the Holy Thunder Guardian King from the Sanctuary of the Gods, was defeated by Xin Xiang, let alone the two small kings. After hearing this news, the morale in the Yanheng domain was immediately boosted, and everyone cheered. Chapter 4092. With Shan Xiang's current strength, if they were not from the divine realm, they would not be able to last long in front of him. Even if they were from the divine realm, they would at most be able to exchange a few moves with him. Shan Xiang only wanted to test his strength after breaking through. Only when he met a strong enemy from the divine realm would he be able to display his strength. Master, although you defeated me, it doesn't mean that you can always defeat people from the divine realm. Lei Na said, in the other two All Heavens Palace, there are experts from the divine realm. Some of them might even be stronger than me. In that case, as long as I deal with the group of God Horn Beasts outside, the divine realm experts from the divine realm will come. The two All Heavens Palaces' divine realm experts will appear, right? Chun Xiang suddenly became excited. Lei Na was speechless. She only hoped that Shen Xiang would have some respect for the people from the divine realm. She did not expect Shen Xiang to actually be looking forward to it. I'm not sure. Lei Na said, you have to solve the problem in front of you first. Now that the All Heavens Palace has taken over so many God Horn beasts, it will be very difficult to deal with them. Be careful. I will be very careful. Shen Xiang laughed. Lei Na suddenly felt that the information she sent to Xin Xiang was not of much help because Xin Xiang did not seem to be afraid at all. Long Jiuxiao, who was at the side, saw that Shen Xiang was communicating with the communication talisman and did not disturb him. After Xin Xiang put away the communication talisman, he said, Uncle Long, the All Heavens Palace has taken over the group of God Horn beasts outside. Ah, this is a big matter. The All Heavens Palace is still very strong. Long Jiuxiao was a little worried when he heard this. Don't worry, I'll go and see who the All Heavens Palace has sent. Shen Xiang said, I will take down the people sent by the All Heavens Palace when it's close to night. Then we will take action tonight. What do we need to do? Long Jiuxiao asked. If everything goes well, you just need to go out of the city to harvest. Xin Xiang said, Oh right, let your warriors eat the poison-dispelling pills first. Long Jiuxiao understood. Shen Xiang wanted to use poison on a large scale, and it was the extremely terrifying ape magic dragon poison. In the sacred domain, there were a few people who could resist the demonic ape dragon poison, but those people were all powerful tycoons. As for the God-horned beast clan, they had no way of resisting the demonic ape dragon poison. As expected, not long after Lei Na sent the news, the All Heavens Palace made a high-profile announcement that they would lead the God-horned beast army of 10 million. The All Heavens Palace sent out an elder. This elder was very famous and was also from the God-horned beast clan. This elder was known as Elder Horned Demon. The detailed information about him came from Lan Qingtian and Zi. The siblings also found out about the existence of the other two All Heavens palaces. The All Heavens Hall that Elder Horn Demon was in was mainly dominated by beast men. That All Heavens Hall also had a law emperor in charge, called the Mad Beast Law Emperor or something. Shin Xiang did not take the Elder Horn Demon's strength to heart. Lan Qingtian and Zi were both Elder Horn Demon and were very terrifying. They were much stronger than Elder Bai. Shin Xiang had already left the Yanheng region. He soon arrived at the God Horn Beast clan's campsite. Being invisible, he walked around the campsite like he was shopping. Due to the arrival of the Elder Horn Demon, the other extraterrestrial forces were biding their time, especially the Supreme Saint sect. They did not dare to act recklessly because the All Heavens Palace was their superior. If the Elder Horn Demon wanted to mobilize the Supreme Saint sect, they could only obey. Lei Na, is the Mad Beast Law Emperor stronger, or are you stronger? Shen Xiang contacted Lei Na immediately after learning of the Mad Beast Law Emperor's existence. He is strong. He is stronger than me in all aspects. Lei Na said, although he only sent half of his soul, he is stronger than me. Is that so? Shen Xiang was a little excited. Master, the Elder Horn Demon is now commanding the God Horn Beast clan's army. Have you thought of a way to deal with it? Lei Na asked. Of course it is to kill the Elder Horn Demon directly. Shin Xiang smiled and said, Is there a need to think about this kind of thing? Lei Na was speechless, but she did not say anything. With Shen Xiang's strength, killing a saint like the Elder Horn Demon was like killing a chicken. In the God Horn Beast clan's campsite, there was a very luxurious palace that was released from a storage magic treasure. Chapter 4093. On one hand, the forces from beyond the heavens that entered the world-defying stage were under orders from the All Heavens Palace or the Heavenless Divine Palace. Not many people knew about the world-defying God Furnace. Only the highest echelons knew about it. The world-defying God Furnace was in the world-defying stage Divine Palace, but the Divine Palace was now gone. Even Shin Xiang didn't know where the world-defying stage Divine Palace went, but he was sure that the world-defying stage Divine Palace was still safe. Shen Xiang had already obtained the world-defying God Furnace, and there were no more divine furnaces in the Divine Palace. However, the Divine Palace had suddenly disappeared, which made Shin Xiang very suspicious. He could only wait until he found the world-defying stage Divine Palace in the future to understand the situation. Shen Xiang returned from the camp of the God Horned Beast clan. Not long after, the news of the Elder Horn Demon being killed had already spread. This was too shocking. The Elder Horn Demon was so powerful, and he came from the All Heavens Palace. He was even in the center of the God Horned Beast clan's camp, but he was actually killed by an assassin in front of everyone. The most shocking thing was that that person actually ran away at this moment. When Shen Xiang left, he deliberately left behind traces so that everyone could see that he was flying towards the Eternal Flame territory's barrier. Thus, the spies of the various powers from beyond the heavens all knew that it was an assassin from the Eternal Flame territory. This matter caused the powers from beyond the heavens to doubt their lives, because in their eyes, the 10 great worlds could not nurture an expert of this level. Even an expert from beyond the heavens might not be able to kill the Elder Horn Demon so easily. Thus, the upper echelons of the various powers concluded that this assassin was not a native of the 10 great worlds. As for the All Heavens Palace, they were very sure that it was an expert from the Heavenless Divine Palace. The Heavenless Divine Palace was also very confused. They had always thought that the Eternal Flame territory was secretly controlled by the All Heavens Palace. Although they had their elders killed, they still suspected it. Even when the God Horned Beast clan army was about to attack the Eternal Flame territory, the Heavenless Divine Palace still thought that it was an act. Only after the 2 kings were assassinated and the Elder Horn Demon was killed did the Heavenless Divine Palace wake up. They could now confirm that the Yanheng region itself possessed an extremely powerful force, especially that powerful assassin who could contend against the experts of their two great powers. Both the All-Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace had always looked down on the Yanheng region. They all thought that the local forces of the 10 great heavens and earths had built the Eternal Flame region just to prolong their feeble existence, and in their eyes, Long Jiuxiao was not considered much of a threat. The Heavenless God Palace finally knew that it was the Yanheng region's own power that had killed their elder without the help of the All-Heavens Palace. And now, it was the All-Heavens Hall that mistakenly believed that the Heavenless Divine Palace was secretly helping them. The All-Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace that had previously stopped fighting were probably going to start fighting again now. No matter how the Heavenless God Palace tried to explain, it was impossible. The more they tried to explain, the more the All-Heavens Hall would believe them. The only thing they could do now was wait for the All-Heavens Hall to start a war with them. Shen Xiang was in the 9 Firmaments Dragon sect with a large group of demonic ape dragon servants. He had collected a large amount of poisonous liquid and blood. Shen Xiang had ordered the demonic ape dragon servants to store a large amount of poisonous liquid and blood a long time ago. They had given Shen Xiang a large amount of poisonous liquid and blood that they had stored for many days. After Shen Xiang took away the poisonous liquid and blood, he felt very satisfied. He praised them for a while and then gave them some pills that strengthened their soul. Even in the outer heavens, they needed to strengthen their soul. This kind of pill was especially rare, so the demonic ape dragon servants were very excited when they obtained this kind of pill. Shen Xiang could easily refine this kind of pill because he had the world-defying divine furnace. One had to know that the demonic ape dragon servants were all from the sacred region. The soul-type pill that they approved was very rare in the sacred region. Chapter 4094. This terrifying and violent poisonous rain didn't last for very long and soon stopped. The most terrifying thing was that the screams of the god horn orcs did not last long. They stopped even faster than the poisonous rain. This meant that a large number of god horn orcs had already lost their fighting strength and were all poisoned. Shen Xiang looked down from the sky, and then let the 6 realms mirrors operate, and began to devour a large number of dead souls. Long Jiuxiao brought along the 3,000 elite dragon warriors that he had carefully selected. They were all powerful dragons. Although they were all in human form, they could still feel the powerful dragon aura from their bodies. They followed behind Long Jiuxiao and knew that they had to kill their way into the enemy army. Long Jiuxiao did not say too much to them, but they all thought that they would definitely die in this battle. These 3,000 dragon warriors all understood the god horn orcs very well. If their numbers were equal, then they would definitely be able to win. But now, if they wanted 3,000 of them to kill their way into the enemy army, even if they transformed into their dragon forms, they would not be able to hold on for long. Long Jiuxiao had also told them that nothing would happen, that it was just a surprise attack, but they did not think so. Even if it was a surprise attack, it was very likely that they would not be able to return. They were all dragons and could fly. At this moment, they were also floating in the air, so they had all witnessed the heavy rain and heard the screams of the god horn orcs. After the heavy rain, although it was night, with the help of the moonlight and the resplendent starlight, coupled with their dragon eyes, they could clearly see the situation in the camp. Even if they were dragons, even if they were elites who had experienced hundreds of battles, even if they had strong hearts, when they saw the god horn orc camp, endless fear filled their hearts. It was too miserable. Tens of thousands of god horn orcs were all huge in size. They had transformed into their god horn orcs and were all several meters tall like giants. However, their bodies were swollen with pus, and pieces of flesh were melting and shattering. The entire camp was filled with a poisonous stench. The incomparably smelly flesh and blood seemed to have formed a huge quagmire. There were also many poisoned god horn orcs who had not died and were struggling in this quagmire of flesh and blood. These dragon warriors all felt their scalps go numb and sweat drip down their backs. Even Long Jiuxiao's pupils contracted as he felt incomparably shocked. The group of dragon warriors were trembling. Just what kind of power was this to cause the God Horn Orc army to collapse like this? This was not a complete defeat, but a complete wipeout. They finally understood why they had to eat the poison-dispelling pills and carry so many detoxification pills. It was to avoid being poisoned. "Your Majesty, just now, was it that rain?" A young man asked in a low voice. "Yes, sir." Long Jiuxiao nodded. He knew that Xinxiang had collected a large amount of venom and blood from the ascending ape magic dragon servant. The sudden rain earlier was due to the addition of a large amount of poisonous liquid and blood. Then what are we going to do now?" A middle-aged man asked. "Harvest the remaining divine horned beast men. Those guys are quite strong. That's why they were able to survive. Then clean up this place. After all, this is our doorstep. We can't let it be so dirty and smelly," Long Jiuxiao said. Shanxiang had said before that he would bring people to reap the harvest, but now it seemed that there was no need for such an intense battle. After that, Long Jiuxiao and the 3,000 dragon warriors turned into giant dragons and spat out violent dragon flames that swept across the camp. Then a giant dragon sprayed out a large amount of water to wash it. After daybreak, no more divine horned beast men could be seen. The entire camp was burned by intense dragon flames for an entire night. In the end, it was washed away by a large amount of water. Even so, this piece of land was still black. In order to prevent others from entering by mistake, Long Jiuxiao would designate this place as a forbidden zone in the future. The ape magic dragon poison would remain for many years to come. Chapter 4095. The All Heavens Palace finally believed in the Heavenless Divine Palace. They did not secretly help the Yanheng region. This was because even the Heavenless Divine Palace was unable to destroy the God Horn Beast Clan's army in such a short period of time. The All Heavens Palace was naturally extremely clear about the strength of their old opponent, the Heavenless Divine Palace. If the Heavenless Divine Palace really had the ability, then their All Heavens Palace wouldn't be so comfortable. Therefore, the two great powers immediately stopped fighting. What they needed to do now was to gather enough information and understand the situation in the Yanheng region. After Xinxiang collected a large number of high-quality souls, he immediately began to refine pills. He added a large number of heavenly jewels and combined them with the world-defying God Furnace to refine, allowing him to quickly refine Holy Soul Dan. Xinxiang originally did not know what a Holy Soul Dan was, but it was the group of demonic ape servants who told him that in the sanctuary, this kind of Holy Soul Dan was extremely rare and of such high quality. The demonic ape servants were not very clear about the refining of the Holy Soul Dan. They only knew that it was extremely rare. Xinxiang, on the other hand, wanted to know the resources and time needed to refine a Holy Soul Dan. That way, he would be able to roughly know how rare it was. What made him feel strange was that when he asked Lan Qingtian and Zi, the two siblings actually did not know the exact situation, and the Holy Soul Dan they obtained were all distributed by the Heavenless Divine Palace. Then he went to ask Lena. Lena did not know how to refine pills, so of course she did not know. Furthermore, she came from the divine realm, but she had heard of the Holy Soul Dan. Xinxiang was more surprised because Lei Na said that the Holy Soul Dan was also useful to her. She came from the divine realm, and even eating the Holy Domain Dan was useful, which meant that the Holy Soul Dan was indeed very rare. He had obtained quite a few souls before, and there were also quite a few big shots from the sanctuary. However, from the memories of the souls, he could not find out where the Holy Soul Dan came from. Therefore, he suspected that the detailed information of the Holy Soul Dan should be in the hands of the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace. Lei Na had said before that the resources in the hands of these two great powers were something that many people yearned for. Therefore, there were many outstanding talents who joined the two great powers, and they all went for the sake of those unique pills or resources. Shan Xiang refined 2 sacred soul danes, and then went to find Yen Xylan. Right now, only Yen Xylan was still in the Starfire City of the Yenhung region. She was still taking care of the business here, collecting a lot of Spar S and various medicinal herbs and transporting them to the 100 Flowers world. As for Feng Rushiwe, she had already gone to the 100 Flowers world to oversee it. She, the Snow Phoenix, was still very strong. If the God-horned Beast clan or the forces from beyond the heavens attacked, with her help, the 100 Flowers world would be much more relaxed. Yen Xylan had never heard of the Holy Soul Pill, but she knew that a pill that could cultivate the soul would definitely be very precious. Xin Xiang told her to take some time to eat and cultivate. If her soul improved, she was to contact him immediately. As long as Yen Xylan's soul reached a certain realm, Shen Xiang could immediately help her recover her memories. Shen Xiang left Yen Xylan's place and went to look for Long Jiuxiao. When Long Jiuxiao saw Shen Xiang, he laughed heartily and said, "You brat are really scary. I've been through a lot, but I was almost scared to death. Uncle Long, I won't be so scary in the future. To be honest, even I am a little afraid." Shen Xiang chuckled. Right now, he did not seem to be afraid at all. Long Jiuxiao suspected that Shen Xiang might even use this move to deal with his enemies in the future. "I think it won't be long before the Heavenly Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace send people to contact me," Long Jiuxiao said. "I won't see them, but I can send someone to tell them that they should return to the 100 Flowers world. Let them get back to the sacred domain as soon as possible." Shen Xiang said, "Right, the group of hundreds of thousands of melons in the sacred sect, are they still in the north? Unfortunately, they all ran away." Long Jiuxiao helplessly spread out his hands and laughed. "Looks like there aren't many powers that dare to come to the Yenhung territory to make a ruckus now. This group of guys ran really fast. We can't let them go just like that." Xin Xiang said, "When they all run back to the supreme sacred sect, we'll beat them up again." "Oh? How do we beat them?" Long Jiuxiao asked. "After they return, think of a way to inform them and have them send over 5 billion heaven beads. If they don't have the heavenly jewels, they should be prepared to perish." Shen Xiang laughed. "Scare them first." The God-horned Beast clan had been killed by tens of millions of people, and 2 great kings and a horned demon elder had died as well. But now, the God-horned Beast clan and the Heavenly Palace had no way to retaliate. If the supreme sacred sect were to face such a threat, they might really kneel down and hand over the heavenly jewels. This was only a test that Shen Xiang gave to the supreme sacred sect. If the supreme sacred sect knelt down, then the other small and medium-sized powers could really scram. Chapter 4096. Shen Xiang, who was rushing to the hidden capital, found it funny when he heard Lei Na's urgent cry for help. Lei Na was not weak. Even if she could not defeat the mad beast Shakyamuni, she would not be so scared. Besides, if she could not defeat him, she could run. Since she cared so much about her physical body, there was no need for her to fight against the mad beast Shakyamuni. Xin Xiang immediately saw through Lei Na's thoughts. She wanted to borrow Xin Xiang's hands to kill the mad beast Shakyamuni. "Nana, if you're afraid, you can hide." Xin Xiang was not in a hurry at all. "No, I have to protect the hidden empire. I can't let the mad beast Shakyamuni devour it." Lei Na said firmly, "Master, the hidden empire is very useful to you. As long as the matter between you and me is not exposed, I can completely control the hidden empire to help you control the world pride." What she said was very reasonable, and it was completely in consideration of Shen Xiang's interests. "If I can't get there in time, there's no need for you to hold on. It's more important to protect yourself. If the hidden empire is lost, it won't affect me much." Xin Xiang said leisurely, "With the current deterrent power of the Yenhung region, Heavenless Divine Palace, and All Heaven's Palace did not dare to rashly attack. Therefore, Shen Xiang did not need the hidden empire's power. Master, as long as I control the hidden empire, I can weaken the All Heaven's Palace's power." Lei Na's tone was very firm as she said, "Even if I die, I must protect the hidden empire. I must help Master conquer the world pride." Shen Xiang could tell with a few words that Lei Na really wanted him to go over. This way, they could get rid of the mad beast Shakyamuni. Lei Na believed that if she cooperated with Shen Xiang, they would definitely be able to kill the mad beast Shakyamuni. As for the consequences, it had nothing to do with her. Therefore, Shen Xiang guessed that Lei Na and the mad beast Shakyamuni had a deep hatred. "All right, you must hold on. I'll rush over as fast as I can," Shen Xiang said. He really did speed up. He wanted to see how deep the hatred between this little maid and the wild beast law king was. Reina had told him before that the beast guardian king had split half of his soul to come to the world-defying realm. Not all of it. If he killed this half of his soul, then the other half of the beast guardian king's soul in the divine realm might know about this matter. Therefore, Reina's confrontation with the insane beast guardian king was very risky. Once the All Heavens Hall found out, she would definitely be hunted down by them. The hidden empire was still shrouded in fog. When Shen Xiang entered the fog, Reina transmitted a message to Shen Xiang, saying that the mad beast guardian king had arrived at the All Heavens Hall in the hidden capital. Meanwhile, Reina was stalling for time, trying her best not to clash head-on with the beast mage king. Lei Na met with the eccentric beast guardian king in the main hall of the All Heavens Hall. Furthermore, Lei Na even activated her messaging talisman to relay their conversation to Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang sat on the flying divine mirror of 6 paths, holding the communication talisman, and could hear the conversation between Lei Na and the wild beast Shakyamuni in real time. Holy thunder, Shakyamuni! Now that the 10 great worlds have merged into one, the entire world is the world of pride. Although your All Heavens Hall has always been in the world of pride, you should be very clear about your position. Mad Beast Guardian King's voice was very hoarse and his tone was very unfriendly. "No matter what, I will definitely listen to the highest order." Lei Na said, "I wonder what the highest order the All Heavens Hall has right now." Lei Na's meaning was very clear. She only listened to the orders from the divine realm's All Heavens Hall. She would do whatever they told her to do. The highest order comes from the divine realm, and the information is transmitted back and forth. In addition, it takes time to make a decision, so the reaction is very slow. However, the current world of pride is constantly changing, and the highest order is too slow, which is very disadvantageous to us. Mad Beast Guardian King's tone softened a lot. After all, he also had to listen to the highest order, and Lei Na was using this to pressure him. "You don't have to beat around the bush. What's the purpose of your visit today? Just say it." Lei Na said, "In order to deal with the changes in the world of pride, I will cooperate with you. Only then will we be able to control the entire world of pride." Mad Beast Guardian King said, "In the future, you don't have to wait for the highest order from the All Heavens Hall. Just listen to me. There's news from the sanctuary that the world-defying stage Divine Palace might appear in the sanctuary. Didn't we come to the world-defying stage for the divine furnace of the world-defying stage Divine Palace?" Lei Na said, "Then we will leave this place immediately. You're not a core member, so you don't know." Mad Beast Guardian King paused for a moment before continuing. "This world-defying stage universe has a pair of life spirits. The divine furnace is only one of them, and the strongest life spirit is hidden in the world-defying stage. Is this true?" Lei Na said in surprise. She was truly shocked. After the 10 great worlds completely merge, a strange phenomenon will appear. That is when the second life spirit of the world-defying stage universe appears. Mad Beast Guardian King said, "Originally, the highest level of the All Heavens Hall predicted that the 10 great worlds would merge in a few years, but now it has appeared so quickly." Shen Xiang was also very shocked. He never thought that the second universe's life spirit would actually have to wait for the 10 great worlds to merge. and then wait for that strange phenomenon to appear. 3 all heavens hall. You, me, and the divine flame Shakyamuni, are you up to the task? After Lei Na calmed down, he said, Heavenless divine palace must have sent a very strong force, right? Chapter 40:97. It was already difficult enough for Rena to face a single wild beast mage king, not to mention that there was another powerful helper. She had previously said that she wanted to protect the hidden capital and help Shen Xiang control the entire world, defying heavens and earth. But now that the entire hidden capital was gone, she didn't know how to face Shen Xiang, her master. After all, her value had dropped by a lot. Rena could only run for her life. If she couldn't run, her body would most likely be destroyed. Fortunately, Mu Lin, this capable helper, had already been sent out by her. As for Elder Bai and his 2 grandchildren, they were most likely doomed. Perhaps they had already perished along with the destruction of the hidden capital. How's it going on your side? Shen Xiang constantly sent messages to Rena. The wild beast Mage King had already begun to attack. Shen Xiang knew that with Rena's strength, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He was also rather worried about Rena. After all, a living Rena would be of great use to him. Although Rena couldn't defeat the wild beast Mage King, her strength was considered very strong in the world defying heavens and earth. As long as she destroyed the wild beast Mage King, Rena would be the strongest in the world defying heavens and earth. She could help Shen Xiang do a lot of things. Master, that guy wants to devour my soul. Furthermore, he has a very powerful helper. Rena said, I'm guessing that his helper is from the realm of the gods, and his strength is not inferior to mine. Shen Xiang immediately set a direction for Rena to run towards him. Rena also rode on a flying magic treasure and flew in the direction of Shen Xiang. Wild Beast Mage King could only chase after her. He originally thought that Rena would fight him head-on. He didn't expect that her first reaction would be to run. If Rena were to escape, it would not be easy to chase after her. The All Heavens Palace had already been taken over by the people brought by the Wild Beast Mage King. After all, the Wild Beast Mage King's strength was obvious, and he also had a group of powerful subordinates. Wild Beast Mage King brought a mysterious helper and chased after Rena. Wild Beast, didn't you say that this woman is very competitive? The mysterious helper was like a black shadow beside the Wild Beast Mage King's flying magic treasure as he spoke in a sinister voice. If it was in the past, she would definitely fight me. She hates me to the core. After all, I killed her sister. Mad Beast Shakyamuni coldly stared ahead. Even just now, I could feel her deep hatred for me. Was she scared away? The mysterious helper asked. She won't be able to escape from my pursuit. Therefore, she could only fight to the death. I'm really surprised that she suddenly ran away. This isn't her usual personality. The wild beast Shakyamuni said she was willing to be transferred to the world-defying stage and even brought all her souls here, just to find a chance to take revenge on me. She shouldn't have run. Wouldn't she have set a trap? Or colluding with the people of Heavenless Divine Palace to deal with us? The mysterious helper warned, Wild Beast, we should be more cautious. Heavenless Divine Palace? Unless they send 3 people with strength equal to ours, they will be able to fight us. If they want to take us down, they will need at least 4 or 5 people. Mad Beast Law King said confidently, You've completely fused with Guardian King, Divine Flame Soul? How much of Shakyamuni Divine Flame Soul energy can he use? The mysterious helper was somewhat doubtful. You don't have to doubt me. Just cooperate with me. If you're afraid, you can choose to leave. The wild beast Shakyamuni had a fearless look on his face. Lei Na frantically fled towards Shen Xiang's direction. Shen Xiang was also increasing his speed to support Lei Na, and so was the wild beast Shakyamuni. He chased after Lei Na with all his might. Shen Xiang's mood was the same as the wild beast Shakyamuni's, They were both very excited. The reason why he was excited was because he could meet an opponent. After the wild beast Shakyamuni devoured the divine flame Shakyamuni, his strength would definitely increase explosively, far surpassing the previous Lei Na. The reason why the wild beast Shakyamuni was so excited was because he believed that he could successfully take down Lei Na and devour her soul. At that time, he would be able to dominate the entire world, defying stage. One had to know that the powerful souls from the divine realm had to pay a huge price to enter the world-defying stage. They would all be injured for a short period of time. After the wild beast Shakyamuni devoured the divine flame Shakyamuni, his soul recovered very quickly. Even the souls of the experts from the divine realm from the heavenless divine palace were slowly recovering. Therefore, he could use his invincible time in the world-defying stage to fight for the second universe's life soul. Lei Na still cherished herself quite a bit. If it was in the past, she would have really fought with the wild beast Shakyamuni to avenge her sister. But now that she had Shen Xiang as her master, she believed that as her master, Shen Xiang had the responsibility to protect her, a little maid. Therefore, she did not want to sacrifice herself. As long as she could successfully meet Shen Xiang, the wild beast Shakyamuni would not be able to kill her. Chapter 4098. When Rina faced wild beast Guardian King, she didn't fight him head-on. Instead, she hid and stalled for time. If she fought him directly, she wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves. If it was the previous wild beast Guardian King, she could still resist for a while. However, the current wild beast Guardian King had devoured the soul of another Guardian King and had a mysterious helper. Rina had to be extremely careful. At this moment, wild beast Guardian King seemed to have gone crazy. His soul could transform into different beasts. With a flame full of destructive aura, he crazily attacked Rina. His mysterious helper didn't participate because, with wild beast Guardian King's personality, he had to take down Rina alone. While they were fighting, the thick fog around them was blown away, revealing a vast area that was not shrouded in fog. Before Shen Xiang even entered the area of their battle, he could already sense two powerful soul fluctuations colliding. For experts from the divine realm like Guardian King, when they fought, it was a collision of soul power. Shen Xiang could easily sense it with his divine sense, so he immediately slowed down and made sure that he and the divine mirror of 6 realms were invisible. Only then did he fly towards the area of the battle at a moderate speed. After approaching, Shen Xiang didn't immediately inform Rina. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to see the battlefield clearly because he had heard from Rina that wild beast Guardian King had a helper. Not long after, Shen Xiang saw a black thing. It looked like a cloud of black gas, but upon closer inspection, it actually looked like a shadow. It was like a thin piece of black paper floating there. This shadow would be affected by the aftermath of the battle and fluctuate. What is this? Shen Xiang was very curious about this. The only thing he was sure of was that the shadow was very strong. The shadow didn't notice Shen Xiang. After all, there were too many soul collisions at the scene. Shen Xiang's divine sense was covered up. This guy is wild beast Guardian King's helper. What kind of ability does he have? How strong is he? Shen Xiang was filled with curiosity. Then he looked at Rina. Although Rina was being suppressed, she was not immediately defeated. She turned into lightning and was so fast that it would be difficult for the beast Shakyamuni to hit her. He could only exhaust her. When Shen Xiang saw that Rina could still handle it, he did not immediately make a move. However, he also gave Rina some confidence. Nana, I saw the mad beast Law King's helper. It looks like a shadow. Shen Xiang secretly transmitted his voice to Rina. Do you know what that is? Looks like a shadow. You can see that thing? That damned mad beast Shakyamuni. He actually brought such a terrifying thing. Rina was very shocked as she replied. Originally, she should have been happy that Shen Xiang had come. However, when she found out about the existence of that shadow-like thing, she couldn't feel happy. Instead, she felt terrified. What's wrong? Can't you see? Xinxiang asked. That thing is called the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul. Only those who shared a soul with the Devil's Shadow could see it. Master, how did you see that Devil's Shadow Divine Soul? Reina still did not believe him and said, If it really is the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul, then we're in danger. How strong is that thing? Xinxiang asked. The hidden capital was destroyed by that thing. Furthermore, he destroyed the entire hidden capital in a very short period of time. Do you know how powerful that thing is? The Devil's Shadow Divine Soul is willing to sign a contract with the Mad Beast Law King to coexist. This means that the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul's strength is at least the same as the Mad Beast Law King. Reina said in fear. Xinxiang became more and more interested. If others could not see something like the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul, then wouldn't that be the best thing to use against others? Yes, Xinxiang wanted to possess it. Although he did not know if he could take it for himself, he had to try. For example, if he killed the Mad Beast Law King, the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul might be his. Nana, how much do you know about the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul? Can I subdue that thing? Xinxiang asked excitedly. Reina really wanted to beat Xinxiang up. How could he still have such thoughts at a time like this? I don't know much about the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul. I've only seen this thing in very ancient books. I don't know the details. I can now confirm that the Mad Beast Law King has a very strong background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the soul-devouring technique and wouldn't have the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul. Reina replied, Master, quickly take me away. Don't think too much. Reina might not know that Xinxiang had rushed over excitedly to test how strong he was after stepping into the sage realm. If she knew that Xinxiang had such thoughts, she would definitely curse him. After Xinxiang stepped into the sage realm, his understanding of the use of souls had deepened, especially when using the soul battle technique. He didn't have much time. Otherwise, he would have integrated the various divine arts he had mastered into the profound meaning of the soul battle technique. He would also be able to achieve the effect of the soul battle technique and use a powerful soul to fight. Just now, Xinxiang was not only observing the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul, he was also paying attention to the Mad Beast Law King. Chapter 4099. The Devil's Shadow Divine Soul and Violent Beast Shakyamuni did not know that Xinxiang could hear them, because even in the divine realm, no one else could hear the voice of the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul. The beast claw formed by the violent beast Shakyamuni was a part of his soul power, but now it was caught by Xinxiang. Xinxiang's azure dragon claw was also supported by soul power, so it was able to grab onto the violent beast Shakyamuni's soul. Furthermore, it was very tight, making it difficult for the other party to break free for a while. Demon Shadow, don't be in a hurry to make a move. I'll test his strength. Go around to his side first and listen to my orders. Violent beast Shakyamuni stared coldly at Xinxiang. He was filled with curiosity and interest towards the young man in front of him. The Devil's Shadow Divine Soul had already arrived beside Xinxiang. Xinxiang was only secretly on guard and did not attack the Devil's Shadow. Xinxiang and Lei Na were both standing on top of the Six Realms mirrors. Little Mirror could control the Six Realms mirrors to release soul power to defend against the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul surprise attack. Lei Na, I really didn't expect you to have such a helper. What is his background? He doesn't look like he's from the heavenless divine palace. Violent Beast Shakyamuni asked. The reason why he did not let the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul make a move was because he wanted to ask something. Because the violent beast Shakyamuni did not have much confidence in capturing Xinxiang. He's my master, Lei Na directly replied. As for who he is, I don't know either. Lei Na did not say Xinxiang's name because the two words Xinxiang still held a lot of weight in the highest levels of the All Heavens Palace. Violent beast Shakyamuni was very shocked. Lei Na actually had a master. To be able to subdue Lei Na, his strength was definitely not simple. Unable to find out Xinxiang's identity, Violent Beast Shakyamuni immediately gave the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul a look. The barrier of the Six Realms mirrors suddenly strengthened, and Xinxiang immediately let go of the beast claw the violent beast Shakyamuni had created. The devil's shadow divine soul made a move, actually turning into a black sword. It directly pierced towards Lei Na. Reina couldn't see the demonic shadow's divine soul, but Xinxiang could. Furthermore, in that instant, Xinxiang could feel how terrifying the power of the demon shadow's divine soul was. The Six Realms Mirror's shield could not block it. Xinxiang immediately revealed his green dragon demon slayer, and before the demon shadow divine soul could pierce through the Six Realms Mirror's shield, he slashed at the demon shadow divine soul. This strike caught the demonic shadow divine soul off guard, because under normal circumstances, no one could see him. When he transformed into a sharp sword, he could easily succeed in a sneak attack, so he never needed to guard against the enemy's counterattack. He didn't expect that Xinxiang would be able to see him, let alone possess such a terrifying heavenly weapon. The blade landed on the body of the demonic shadow divine soul, directly splitting it into several clouds of black chi. The demonic shadow's divine soul should have been injured, so it immediately flew out of the battlefield. Green Dragon Demon Slayer. Mad Beast Shakyamuni was shocked. He shouted in a trembling voice before turning around and running away. Xinxiang controlled the Six Realms Mirrors and hurriedly chased after him. "Why are you running?" Xinxiang was somewhat puzzled. Mad Beast Shakyamuni now understood why Lei Na recognized this youth as her master. With something like the Green Dragon Demon Slayer and the ability to see the demon shadow's divine soul, this kind of existence was extremely terrifying even in the divine realm. Xinxiang could no longer care about the demon shadow's divine soul. Although he really wanted to obtain it, the demon shadow's divine soul was still quite powerful. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared without a trace. Right now, he could only chase after Mad Beast Shakyamuni. If he captured this Mad Beast Shakyamuni, he might be able to find the demon shadow's divine soul. The Six Realms Mirrors caught up to Mad Beast Shakyamuni in an instant. The giant eagle that Shakyamuni had transformed into attacked fiercely. "Daoyuan holy power? How can you break through the restrictions of the laws?" After the battle between Mad Beast Shakyamuni and Xinxiang, he was even more shocked. Even the highest level of the All Heavens Palace was unable to break through the restrictions of the 10 Great Worlds. However, the person in front of him was able to do so. Mad Beast Shakyamuni had never heard of such a person. However, he could understand after thinking about it. Because the world-defying stage had the universe life spirit, it was normal for a big shot to come and seize it. Chapter 40, 100. Only half of the wild beast Shakyamuni's soul had come. But this half of his soul had devoured the soul of the divine flame Shakyamuni, so it was also very strong. Xinxiang had already completely shattered the soul of the wild beast Shakyamuni just now, and the soul of the wild beast Shakyamuni's original body was still in the divine realm, so it could not be considered completely destroyed. "Is it over?" Lei Na immediately ran behind Xinxiang and hugged Xinxiang's arm. She was very afraid of the sneak attack of the demon shadow divine soul. Just now, the demon shadow divine soul was about to sneak attack her, but she did not notice it at all. It was only because Xinxiang was in front of her that she was fine. "No, the demon shadow divine soul is still there." Xinxiang looked at the demon shadow divine soul floating in the distance, and then shouted, "Come here!" The demon shadow divine soul seemed to hesitate, but in the end it still floated over. "The wild beast is not dead. You can't subdue me." The demon shadow divine soul seemed to have guessed Xinxiang's thoughts. "Why can't I subdue you?" Xinxiang asked. "I signed a symbiotic contract with him. Only when he and I agree can this contract be rescinded." The demon shadow divine soul said, "He still has half of his soul with me. I can use this half of his soul as a sacrifice to burn that contract. That shouldn't be a problem." Xinxiang said, "Although I've never tried it before, I think it's possible." In Lei Na's eyes, Xinxiang was talking to himself. However, She also heard what was going on. Shen Xiang wanted to subdue the demon shadow divine soul, and he also wanted to remove that symbiotic contract. How was he going to get rid of it? The soul contract carried the power of the ancient code, allowing the two souls to form a deep bond. If the two parties did not cancel the contract, it would be very difficult for external forces to remove it. I'm willing to give it a try. The demon shadow divine soul thought for a moment and said, it didn't matter who he followed. What was worse, in the eyes of the demon shadow divine soul, this youth was much stronger than the wild beast Shakyamuni. The wild beast Shakyamuni was very strong, but sometimes he was very arrogant and did things without thinking. Shin Xiang immediately began. He first drew out the soul of the wild beast Shakyamuni from the 6 realms mirrors, then went to investigate the demon shadow divine soul. The demonic shadow divine soul was essentially a soul, but it was rather special and very powerful. When his soul was being probed by Shin Xiang, the demon shadow god soul could clearly feel how powerful Shin Xiang's soul was. It didn't take long for Shin Xiang to find the symbiotic contract knot. It was in the deepest part of the demon shadow soul, and it was in the most central region. Because he had helped Hua Xiangyue and Bai Yuyu recover their memories, Shin Xiang had a deeper understanding of the soul. When he carried out various operations on the soul, it was as if he was self-taught and could quickly comprehend various methods. For example, right now he was really using the mad beast Shakyamuni's remnant soul to burn the symbiotic contract knot. Of course, this process was still rather complicated. It required Shen Xiang's powerful soul to carry out all sorts of precise and tedious operations in order to slowly erase the contract knot. Perhaps only Shen Xiang would be able to use this method. Lei Na watched from the side. After waiting for 4 days, Shen Xiang was finally done. Furthermore, Shen Xiang had also signed a new symbiotic contract with the demon shadow god soul. This symbiotic contract was not a master-servant contract, but it had a very strong binding force. Furthermore, Shen Xiang was the stronger party. Shen Xiang was also very tired. He said to Lei Na, now that 2 of the 3 Shakyamuni in the All Heavens Palace of Pride World are gone, you should be the strongest, right? 0 inch, that's right. Lei Na thought for a moment, then shook her head. The mad beast Shakyamuni's original body is still in the divine realm. It won't be long before the divine realm sends someone over. At this time, the demon shadow god soul said, the news from the divine realm will arrive in at most 1 or 2 days. The All Heavens Palace of Pride World should already know. Lei Na could also hear the demon shadow god soul's voice, and she could also see it. The demon shadow god soul's voice sounded gloomy, like that of a eunuch. Lei Na also felt strange when she heard it. Whoever the demon shadow god soul wanted to see him could see him. When she saw this demon shadow god soul, Lei Na was still a little afraid. When will the second universe life soul appear? Shen Xiang asked. Does the mad beast Shakyamuni want to monopolize the universe life soul? Chapter 4101. Shen Xiang had the green dragon demon slayer in his hands, and he was so powerful, so Beast Shakyamuni should have reported it to the higher-ups. However, Beast Shakyamuni was very greedy and arrogant. In addition, he had fallen in front of Shen Xiang, so he definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. He believed that his original soul would be able to kill Qin Xiang and obtain the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Then he would be able to seize the second universe's life soul and find a place to hide. He would only come out after becoming stronger. The demon shadow divine soul, who had followed Beast Shakyamuni for a period of time, could accurately guess what Beast Shakyamuni was thinking. Shen Xiang brought Lei Na and the demon shadow divine soul back to the 9 Heavens dragon sect. In the past few days, world-defying heavens and earth had been relatively calm, but the various powers from beyond the heavens were more or less irritable. Especially those who ate people, they really didn't expect that the native forces of world-defying heavens and earth would be so powerful that they could actually stop them from rushing in. The extreme holy sect was currently the strongest power from beyond the heavens. Even they didn't dare to attack the Yinheng territory, so it was useless for the other powers from beyond the heavens to go. The god Horn Beast clan that led the charge had also been annihilated, and the process of their deaths was very painful. They all died from poison. After the destruction of the god Horn Beast clan, the powers from beyond the heavens attached great importance to the Yinheng territory. The All Heavens Palace was already in a state of paralysis, so Lei Na couldn't take over. The Divine Realm had already sent people to take over. They only knew that Lei Na had betrayed them, but they didn't know about Xinxiang. When the Heavenless Divine Palace learned about the situation of the All Heavens Palace, although they were happy, they still had some doubts, especially the matter of Divine Flame Shakyamuni and Beast Shakyamuni being killed by Lei Na. They were skeptical about it. After Xinxiang returned, he placed the Demon Shadow Divine Soul into the Divine Mirror of 6 realms. For the time being, he didn't need to wander around outside. Lei Na followed by his side and became his bodyguard, as long as she didn't encounter an expert at the level of Beast Shakyamuni. Lei Na could handle it, which saved Xinxiang a lot of trouble. Xinxiang was waiting for the strange phenomenon to appear. The second universe, life, spirit, was very important to him. He could not let it fall into the hands of the All Heavens Palace or the Heavenless Divine Palace. The All Heavens Palace did not come to stir up trouble immediately. Furthermore, they kept their identity a secret. It was clear that they wanted to focus on the universe life soul. Xinxiang took advantage of this period of time to refine pills. He had also contacted Yin Xylan before, but she did not eat the Holy Soul pellet and was still busy managing the 100 Flowers building. Lan Qingtian from the Heavenless Divine Palace sent a very important message. Young Master Xin, the world-defying stage Divine Palace has gone to the sanctuary and is moving at a very fast speed. All the powers are currently in the final world-defying stage Divine Palace. Lan Qingtian used the communication talisman to send a message. Do you know why the Heavenless Divine Palace and the All Heavens Hall are still in the world-defying stage? Logically speaking, since the world-defying shrine is not here, they should be able to leave. Xinxiang did not directly mention the matter of the second universe's life soul. I'm not sure either. I've asked the upper echelons of the Heavenless Divine Palace. They all said that they would continue to stay in the world-defying stage for a period of time. Lan Qing'an said, Young Master Xin, right now there shouldn't be any powers that dare to attack the Yinheng region, so the Heavenless Divine Palace doesn't have such plans. They don't dare to either. Xinxiang said, If there is, then I will definitely destroy them. This gave Lan Qingtian a huge fright. Lan Qingtian didn't dare to doubt the fact that Li Mu had destroyed them so effortlessly. After all, it hadn't been long since the God-horned Beast Clan's army of 10 million had been washed away by a poisonous rain. Therefore, Xinxiang could do what he said. Xinxiang told Lan Qingtian and Ziyi to continue watching the Heavenless Divine Palace. He continued to pay attention to the movements of the Heavenless Divine Palace and did not mention anything about the second universe life soul. Regarding this matter, Xinxiang planned to keep it a secret. This was because in the Heavenless Divine Palace and the All Heavens Hall, only a few of the upper echelons knew about it. It could be seen that the universe's life soul was still very important. Xinxiang, who was concocting pills, released the Demon Shadow's Divine Soul. The Demon Shadow's Divine Soul was inside the 6 realms mirrors and was very cooperative with little sister Xiao Jing, helping her with all kinds of chores. Furthermore, the Demon Shadow's Divine Soul also knew that this was the 6 realms mirrors and that its symbiotic partner was the legendary Xinxiang. Regarding Xinxiang, the Demon Shadow's Divine Soul knew about the same as Lei Na. Back then, he had been sealed by the Heavenless Divine Palace and the All Heavens Hall. The Demon Shadow's Divine Soul saw that Xinxiang was refining pills and also saw the world-defying God Furnace. But he did not know that it was the world-defying God Furnace. Chapter 4102. The Demon Shadow's godly soul was not human. He was a special soul that was born from the heavens and earth and had always been in this form. The reason why he felt that Xinxiang was powerful was because his senses told him that Xinxiang had a special aura. Although Xinxiang had never seen the mysterious group of people, he might be able to sense what kind of existence they were. Lei Na also knew that Xinxiang had a special and strong comprehension ability. When she fought with Xinxiang previously, Xinxiang had comprehended the soul battle technique without a teacher. It was something that she had learned for many years. Heavenless Godly Palace and All Heaven's Palace. The main structure of these two forces is essentially the gathering of powerful living beings from various universes. Xinxiang said, for example, the All Heaven's Palace in the sanctuary is formed by many forces in the sanctuary. It's the same in the deity plane, right? That's right. Both All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Godly Palace have gathered the giants of different forces in various universes. Lei Na nodded. Then Heavenless Godly Palace and All Heaven's Palace are still at a very low level. They're still fighting for territory and control. This is also a very primitive behavior of living beings. Xinxiang said. Lei Na and the demon Shadow's godly soul were silent as they continued to listen to Xinxiang. Both All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Godly Palace claim to have universe life souls in their hands. They have plundered the life souls of many universes. But in the end, who obtained these life souls? Xinxiang asked. Lei Na and the demon Shadow's godly soul did not know. They had more or less doubts in their hearts. In my opinion, it's the All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Godly Palace that search for universe life souls and then offer them as tributes. Xinxiang said. Xinxiang's meaning was clear. The mysterious group of people was most likely the existence that controlled the various universe life souls. If they had universe life souls, then their level must be very high. They definitely did not need to fight for territory in the universe. Naturally, they looked aloof from worldly affairs because they did not need to fight and no one could compete with them. When Xinxiang first learned of the existence of the All Heavens Hall, he did think that it was a mysterious and powerful force that was pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, when he learned about the Heavenless Divine Palace, he found out that the Heavenless Divine Palace and the All Heavens Hall were like gangsters fighting over territory, and they had been competing for a long time. Therefore, he felt that these two forces were too small in size and were far from being able to control the laws of multiple universes. For example, it was not easy to erase the memories of Xinxiang from many people. Young Master Xin, are you saying that those people will come for the second universe life spirit? The demonic shadow asked. World-defying stage is an area that transcends their control. They should slowly discover it and even come in to take a look. Xinxiang said, I should be the one who understands the situation of the world-defying stage the most right now. Ever since he had seen the spirit of law, he knew that the world defying itself had transcended and was no longer affected by any external rule power. This might not even be known to the spirit of law, because what affected the entire world-defying stage was the second universe life soul. From this, it could be seen how strong the second universe life spirit was. It could already block the influence of the outside world. I called you here to tell you, although the All Heavens Hall and the Heavenless Divine Palace are my enemies in the world-defying stage, they have no weight at all. Xinxiang said, If you follow me, you will also have to face my powerful enemies. You must be mentally prepared. Yes, sir. Lei Na nodded. I will definitely do my best. The demonic shadow said. The demonic shadow divine soul returned to the 6 realms mirrors, while Lei Na waited outside for Xinxiang to refine pills. Xinxiang placed the 6 realms mirrors on the ground, then took out the communication talisman that he used to contact Wang Camtin and placed it on the mirror surface of the 6 realms mirrors. He would try this from time to time, trying to contact Wang Camtin as much as possible. He wanted to know the current situation of the World Divine Palace. Just what kind of power was pushing the World Defying Divine Palace to suddenly leave for the sacred domain? Shen Xiang did not think that it was the power of the world-defying stage divine palace itself. Therefore, he had to contact Wang Camtin as soon as possible. In the past few days, he would try this from time to time. He thought that it was possible for him to succeed, because the little sister little mirror inside the 6 realms mirrors was also learning about spatial communication formations, which could increase the power of the communication talisman. At night, Xin Xiang, who was refining pills, suddenly felt a fluctuation in space. It was the appearance of ripples in the space of the entire world-defying stage. Lei Na, who was outside the door, also noticed it. Master, the spatial wall of the world-defying stage has suddenly strengthened. I don't know why. Lei Na said. Chapter 4103. Xin Xiang was stunned. The world-defying stage had undergone a transformation? He thought about it carefully. If this space underwent a transformation, then there was only one possibility. It was to be able to break through the restrictions. And just like the sacred domain, there would be no restrictions on cultivation. If that was the case, then wouldn't those outsiders in the world-defying stage be invincible? This was not a good thing. Master, what will happen after the world-defying stage transforms? Xin Xiang asked. Wang Camtin might know. After all, he had already contacted the universe life spirit about this. Even if the world-defying stage can produce stronger energy, the heavenly treasures in the world-defying stage can all be evolved. Furthermore, the world-defying stage will no longer devour the power of living beings. Wang Camtin said, will it remove the restrictions on cultivation? Shen Xiang was more worried about this problem. If he really removed the restrictions on cultivation, then he wouldn't be the strongest in the world-defying stage. At that time, it would be very difficult to suppress those outsiders. Don't worry about that. It won't be removed for the time being. Otherwise, a lot of people from the world-defying stage will die. Wang Camtin said, the life spirit has its own thoughts, and its intelligence is extraordinary. It has considered everything you are worried about. How did you hook up with the universe life spirit? Shen Xiang wanted to communicate with the universe life spirit right now. I don't know either. It was just that its voice suddenly appeared in my mind, and then everything that happened next was arranged clearly. The world-defying stage divine palace suddenly flew out. Wang Camtin laughed. All right, I'm going to complete my destiny. Little disciple, take care of yourself. Don't miss me too much. Who would miss you? Xin Xiang curled his lips and said, Master, don't scam me. If the world-defying stage were to undergo a transformation and come into contact with cultivation, many people would die. Right now, we can only choose to believe in the universe life spirit. Besides, if it weren't for the protection of the universe life spirit, it would have been reduced to 10 days of hell long ago. Wang Camtin said, Master, don't be in a hurry to disconnect. I want to ask you, do you know anything about that group of people? Shen Xiang quickly talked about the mysterious group of people. I don't know. No matter who they are, you have to remember that you are the one who created the world-defying stage universe. You are the supreme ruler in your own territory. You don't need to fear anyone. Young man, charge bravely and face all your enemies bravely. After Wang Camtin finished speaking, he let out a series of cheerful laughter and then cut off the connection. Wang Camtin seemed to be very happy. After all, he had already left the world-defying world and was carefree outside the sacred region. Furthermore, he had obtained the help of the universe life soul, and his own strength had increased by a lot. Shen Xiang looked at the communication amulet with disdain. Wang Camtin had given him all sorts of stimulants. It was obvious that he wanted to inflate his ego. This would only harm him. He put away the 6 realms mirrors and walked out of the pill refining room. Reina was right outside. She was also using the communication amulet to command her subordinates. She also had Mu Lin as her disciple. Mu Lin also had a group of pretty good subordinates. They were all hiding in the All-Heaven Palace and could also gather a large amount of information. "Nana, let's go," Shin Xiang anxiously said. "We need to hurry and find the universe life soul." "But we don't know where it is," Reina said. "It's not good to run around right now. What if it appears near the Yanheng region? I'm guessing that it might appear somewhere, but I'm not sure. I have to go and take a look," Shan Xiang said seriously. Reina couldn't say anything more. After all, Shin Xiang's identity was mysterious, and he had participated in the creation of the world-defying stage universe. Shen Xiang actually did not know, but he had the world-defying God Furnace in his hands. Little sister Xiao Jing had previously communicated with the world-defying God Furnace and confirmed that there was a second universe, Life Soul. During this period of time, Shin Xiang had obtained a large number of heavenly jewels from the god-horned beast race and the wild beast Shakyamuni. The world-defying God Furnace was currently absorbing a large amount of pills refined from heavenly jewels. When it had enough, it would be able to communicate with little sister Xiao Jing for a longer period of time. Shan Xiang greeted Long Jiuxiao, then rode on the 6 realms mirrors and flew out. He also told Long Jiuxiao that he had to be prepared to deal with powerful and unknown enemies. While flying in the air, Shen Xiang took out the world-defying God Furnace. At this moment, he was at a very high position, allowing the world-defying God Furnace to sense the location of the second universe's life soul. After eating a large number of heavenly jewel spirit pills, the divine furnace's perception became stronger, and it quickly sensed a direction. Shen Xiang immediately flew in the direction that the world-defying God Furnace was pointing. Although he didn't know how far it was, at least he had a direction. If he flew over like this, he would be able to get closer to the location of the universe, Life Soul. Chapter 4104. The speed of the 6 realms mirrors had already reached its limit. Shen Xiang believed that they should be the people closest to the universe Life Soul. After all, they had already started their journey and had been flying for 2 days. The other outsiders were quite far away from the location where the universe Life Soul appeared. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be the first to arrive. "Master, the energy of the universe Life Soul is very strong. Can you really take it away when the time comes?" Lena asked. "Let's see how it goes." Shan Xiang could also feel that the power of the universe Life Soul was extremely terrifying. The world-defying mountain and river diagram that appeared in the night sky was the energy released by the universe Life Soul. Shen Xiang suddenly had a guess. It could be that the universe Life Soul was releasing a portion of its energy to weaken his robbery power. What he could not understand was why the universe Life Soul had to undergo tribulation. In the entire world-defying universe, what other power could stop the universe Life Soul? After flying for half a day, Shen Xiang finally saw the true appearance of the universe Life Soul. It was extremely huge, like a giant mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall standing there. Shen Xiang was still very far away from the universe Life Soul, but he could already feel the immense pressure brought about by the Colossus. This is the universe Life Soul? How can it be so big? Lei Na had seen the world-defying God Furnace's universe Life Soul before. It was very inconspicuous, and it was just a tiny bit. This second universe Life Soul was ridiculously huge. Furthermore, it was like an irregular polyhedron that suddenly emerged from the ground. Within a radius of 10,000 miles of this universe Life Soul, the ground cracked and magma surged out. The temperature of the magma that spewed out was extremely high, as if it had been heated by the universe Life Soul. Now, just by approaching it, it was already extremely infuriating. The most terrifying thing was the soul-piercing gale. After approaching the universe Life Soul, a gust of wind would blow over from time to time. Sometimes, it would even form a huge tornado that swept up fiery red magma. It would howl ferociously as it sped across the ground, as if it was a guard protecting the universe Life Soul. When he obtained the world-defying God furnace, he also thought that the universe life soul was just like that. There was nothing powerful about Xiao Budian's things. However, the universe life soul in front of him had overturned his understanding of the universe life soul. This should be what a universe life soul should look like. Xin Xiang sighed. There should be a lot of these things, right? All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace. Did they collect a lot? Reina was petrified. Her heart was filled with fear. As someone from the celestial domain, she was extremely afraid of the cosmic life soul in front of her. The closer she got, the more she felt like she was about to be destroyed by the cosmic life soul. The huge object in front of him had many faces, and each face was like a mirror, reflecting a lot of light into the night sky, forming the world-defying mountain and river diagram. I don't know. Reina was stunned for a long time before she answered Xin Xiang's question. Then, Xin Xiang released the Devil Shadow Divine Soul. As soon as the demonic shadow's divine soul came out, it screamed to go back because it was afraid of that light. Xin Xiang could only put the demon shadow divine soul back into the 6 realms mirrors. Little Mirror also saw the universe life soul in the divine mirror of 6 paths. What kind of universe life soul is the world-defying God furnace? Xin Xiang was happy for a while after obtaining a universe life soul, but now it seemed that the world-defying God furnace was a fake. In front of the universe life soul, it was as if he was nothing more than dust. Reina was also afraid because of this. Master, how can I take it away? Universe life soul? Although Reina asked this, she felt that there shouldn't be any power that could control this universe life soul. You can't take it away, Xin Xiang said. What I want to do is to protect the universe life soul. Chapter 4105. Xin Xiang had clearly received news from Wang Camtin that he had to protect the universe life soul during its tribulation because there would be interference. He naturally believed what Wang Camtin said. After all, he was his master and could be considered his family. Although the 3 bald men in front of him did not look like bad people, they were powerful and had appeared in this place. They had even guided the All Heaven's Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace into the proud world. Xin Xiang had built the Eternal Flame territory to protect many people from being slaughtered and turned into food, but there were still many people who were lucky enough to survive. Shangong, the universe life soul, has its own destiny. External forces cannot interfere, or it will affect the entire course of nature. The smile on the bald woman's face faded, and she seemed to become serious. I have a few questions for you. Xin Xiang did not give the other party a good look and asked coldly, Does my sealing have anything to do with you? The bald woman did not answer immediately. Instead, she exchanged glances with the 2 bald men beside her, as if she was secretly transmitting her voice. You can say yes, but you can also say no. The bald woman said, If you do, then you do. If you don't, then you don't. How can you say that? Xin Xiang had already taken out the green dragon demon slayer. Seeing Xin Xiang's formation, Lei Na was so scared that her entire body went limp. She was incomparably impressed by her master. In the face of this group of mysterious and powerful people, he could still shout and kill. She was so scared that she could not stand up. The entire sealing formation that sealed Xingong was given by us. The bald woman said, There were many forces involved in this matter. We did not know at the time. If we knew, we would definitely have stopped this from happening. Those who know me, their memories have been scattered and sealed in their souls. Who did this? Was it you? Xin Xiang knew that there were other forces involved in sealing him. The All Heaven's Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace were probably just running errands. It wasn't us. The bald woman said, This requires a very special power. Furthermore, it requires the control of a very large soul law to envelop the entire 10 great worlds. We have the strength, but we did not participate. Who did it? Xin Xiang was furious about this matter. I don't know how to describe them. I only know that they are not in the world-defying stage universe. They were involved at that time. The bald woman said, Grandpa Shin, we sincerely hope that you can cooperate with us. The All Heavens Palace and Heavenless God Palace entered this place and killed many people. This was all indirectly caused by you. You were the one who guided them here to search for the universe, life, soul, right? Shin Xiang continued to ask. They are part of our organization to begin with, and what they are doing now is what they should be doing in the first place. They were sent to the new universe to search for universe life souls. They manage the entire universe and maintain the balance of the various energies in the universe. This is their duty, said the bald woman. Bullshit. After Shin Xiang finished speaking, he slashed his saber forward. His sudden attack surprised the three bald men. Their reactions were also very fast, and they were able to dodge immediately. Shin Xiang's slash was indeed terrifying. If they were hit, the three bald men would definitely be severely injured. Although I haven't gone out to take a look, the situation in the Divine Realm and the Saint Realm is extremely chaotic under the management of the Heavenless God Palace and the All Heavens Palace. Shen Xiang said coldly, just look at the current world-defying stage. Just because they came in, many innocent people were killed and devoured by them. The world-defying stage universe is a new universe. This kind of large-scale war is something that will happen to the living beings in the new universe. Just like the world of beasts, the powerful beasts hunt the weak beasts and devour them. Isn't this the law of nature? The bald woman had already appeared behind Shin Xiang. Humans are humans, beasts are beasts. The world-defying stage is the world of humans, and there are human laws that restrict them. How can those uncivilized and cannibalistic things be considered human? Shan Xiang looked at the bald woman and said, if you want to be reasonable, then it's still considered to be fast. That bullshit logic of yours is just that you don't treat the people here as humans. Elder sister, you guys should leave. Since my master was involved in the creation of the world-defying stage universe, then external forces have no right to interfere with the operation of this universe. Lei Na also mustered up his courage and advised. She was really worried that Shen Xiang would kill the three bald men in front of her. It's true that the world-defying stage universe was created by Shin Gong, but at that time, Shen Gong did not have the ability to control the entire universe, and his ability to create the universe did not come from him. That was all by chance. He caused the formation of the world-defying stage universe, and it was not completely created by him. Therefore, the world-defying stage universe had to be taken over for a period of time, and it had to be operated naturally. That's why the people who didn't belong to this universe were isolated. The bald woman said. Shen Xiang now understood that the power of these three bald men was to maintain the natural operation of a universe. Those so-called ancient people, who are also the people of the 9 heavens world and the 100 flowers world, could not be in the new universe. Otherwise, it would affect the natural growth of the new universe. Bullshit! Shen Xiang cursed angrily again. Didn't the participation of the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless God Palace affect the natural operation of the world-defying stage universe? Chapter 4106. Shan Xiang originally wanted to tell them to scram, but when he saw the bald man pull out his sword, he decided to keep them. Otherwise, it would seem that he was too easy to bully. Whether it was the world-defying stage or the world-defying stage universe, they were all considered his territory. This group of foreign powers had caused chaos in the entire world-defying stage universe, so he had every reason to take action. Shingong, you can't beat us. The bald woman said, we don't want to have any conflicts with you, so don't make things difficult for us. The arrival of the All-Heaven Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace has caused the deaths of many people here, and they originally didn't need to come. You were the ones who lured them here, so you must be responsible. Shin Xiang pointed his blade at them. I am not directly involved in this matter. If I am in charge, I will definitely restrain them. Now that there are serious casualties in the world-defying stage, we are indeed responsible for it. I will go back and investigate clearly. I will definitely give Shingong a satisfactory answer. The bald woman said. Reply: if you answer me, can the people who died in the world-defying stage be revived? Do you know that many innocent children have fallen into the hands of the All-Heaven Palace's group of man-eating demons? Xinxiang's face turned cold as he said, You must stay. Shingong, it seems like you are forcing me to take forceful action. The bald woman sighed softly. The universe life spirit's tribulation, regardless of success or failure, must be allowed to happen naturally. This process cannot be interfered with by external forces, and we have enough power to protect the entire process. What she meant was to tell Xinxiang that she was extremely powerful, which was why she could protect the universe life spirit's tribulation. The universe life spirit told me that there would be a power to stop it from transcending the tribulation. It seems like you are the ones who want to stop it, right? Xinxiang sneered. You can communicate with the universe life spirit? The bald woman was surprised. Yeah, I created the world-defying stage universe. So what if I can communicate with the universe life spirit? Xinxiang said, You will stop the tribulation, so I will beat you up. Neither the All-Heaven Palace nor the Heavenless Divine Palace have such strength. Other than the three of us, no one else can stop it. Even you, Elder Shin, don't have the strength to stop it. At most, you can only interfere with the tribulation or make the robbery power stronger. The bald woman frowned. She did not believe Xinxiang's words. Xinxiang was somewhat displeased because this woman had described him as incompetent. Captain, stop talking nonsense with him. Let's take him down. This guy was sealed back then, so he couldn't be that strong. Now that he has been reborn, he is very weak. I can kill him with one strike, the bald man said. He had long been unhappy with Xinxiang. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the sky. Hearing this sound, Xinxiang was immediately upset, but he quickly controlled his emotions. Meanwhile, Rena, who was beside him, had her eyes tightly shut. She was extremely irritated. Xinxiang immediately put Lei Na into the divine mirror of 6 paths. The bald woman frowned. A speck of golden light appeared on her forehead, and a powerful soul energy surged out. She was also resisting that strange sound wave. The life-soul tribulation has begun, the bald woman shouted in alarm. As for the 2 bald men beside her, their faces were ferocious. They held swords in their hands and looked at Xinxiang with murderous intent. Kill! The bald man shouted. Stop! The bald woman shouted, but it was useless. She seemed to be unable to move at the moment because she had to use all her strength to resist the sound wave. Otherwise, after her mind was disturbed, she would become very irritable. Xinxiang himself did not know how strong the sound wave was because he had easily blocked it. At this moment, the entire world was buzzing. It was as if the universe life-soul was enveloped by this sound wave. The outsiders who had entered this area had all gone crazy from the killing. All of them had lost their minds and started to kill each other. Xinxiang only controlled the divine mirror of 6 paths to float and dodge the 2 bald men. The funny thing was that when they lost their target, they started to kill each other. Is this all you've got? It's so weak. With your little ability, you still want to take on this kind of job. Xinxiang's words were filled with ridicule as he looked at the bald woman with a sneer. Didn't you say that you could protect the entire process of the tribulation? Now that you've been slapped in the face, does your face hurt? The calamity power has become stronger. The bald woman's expression turned ugly. Shingong, we are not in the tribulation area, but the calamity power has become so strong. This means that someone is in the tribulation area, and they are very strong. Looks like you're not the one who stopped the universe, life, soul's tribulation. That's right, you don't have that kind of strength. Xinxiang shook his head and laughed. I'm so stupid. I wasted so much time on you guys. Chapter 4107. The bald woman was very suspicious. Why would someone want to destroy the universe life, soul's tribulation. Furthermore, this person most likely came from the same place as her, and was much stronger than her. It was precisely because that person had entered the tribulation area that the robbery power had increased by a lot. The increase in strength was too great, causing even the bald woman to be unable to withstand it. As for her two companions, they were unable to resist at all. At this moment, they had already lost their minds and were fighting crazily. The strange thing was that even though they were killing each other, they were not seriously injured, and the bald woman was not too worried about them. After Shin Xiang entered the tribulation area, although he was getting closer and closer to the robbery power, he did not receive any strong attacks. The Six Realms Mirrors was currently collecting the world-defying mountain and river diagram, and this sudden harvest also surprised Shin Xiang. It was obvious that the universe life soul had given it to him. Shen Xiang still couldn't go find the person who barged in to cause trouble, because he had to stay on the Six Realms Mirrors and wait for him to finish collecting the world-defying mountain and river diagram. At this moment, he was also extremely vigilant. With such a huge commotion, if he was in the tribulation area, he would definitely be able to see it. Once the person who was causing trouble noticed, he would definitely come over to take a look. Of course, only Shin Xiang knew that it was the world-defying mountain and river diagram. It was only after he saw the diagram that this name appeared in his mind, as if he had suddenly comprehended it. The others probably didn't know about it, and didn't even know that it was a picture. They all thought that it was a mirage of heaven and earth, but it was even larger than a mirage. The bald woman had been paying attention to Shin Xiang the entire time. Of course, she knew that it was the Six Realms Mirrors, but after seeing it with her own eyes, she felt that it was very different from what she knew. This was because the legendary Six Realms Mirrors was a broken thing, and it was severely damaged. Furthermore, it had been sealed for many years, so it should have self-destructed. But now, in Shen Xiang's hands, not only did he recover well, he was also much stronger than the legend said. Only now did the bald woman know that many things had happened in the world-defying stage. These things were all things that they did not know about, and they had been receiving false information for many years. In other words, the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace had never provided them with any reliable information. They had been deceiving them all this time. The Six Realms Mirrors became extremely huge, and Shin Xiang stood right in the middle. He could see the incomparably huge world-defying stage mountain and river diagram appear on the mirror, and at this moment it was as if he was in the middle of the world-defying stage mountain and river diagram. That feeling was very strange, making him feel as if he could understand the entire world like the back of his hand. Right at this moment, he suddenly sensed that someone was moving towards him at high speed. It was really because he was standing on top of the world-defying mountain and river diagram that he could sense it. Is this guy the one who came to cause trouble? Shin Xiang was not afraid at all. He knew very well that if he did not destroy this fellow, the universe life soul would not be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. Very quickly, that person landed on the Six Realms Mirrors. The Six Realms Mirrors was like a super large circular platform that could cover an entire town. However, even if someone landed on the edge of the divine mirror, Shin Xiang would still be able to sense it. At this moment, he was standing on top of the Six Realms Mirrors, which was equivalent to being in the mirror domain of the divine mirror. With the cooperation of the divine mirror domain, he could strengthen himself. Sensing that someone had landed on the Six Realms Mirrors, Shen Xiang only had a thought, and through the Six Realms Mirrors he teleported and appeared in front of that person in an instant. That person was a bald, middle-aged man with a thick beard under his chin and nose. He was dressed in white, just like the bald woman from before. They were all dressed the same. They really did come from the same place. The bald woman was also floating in the air. Of course, she could see the bald, middle-aged man. She really did not expect that it was their people who came here to cause trouble. It's Guan Yaoshan? Uncle Guan San? The bald woman muttered with a face full of astonishment. Third uncle, is that you? After the bald woman confirmed it, she suddenly shouted. She didn't dare to go over now, so she could only look at the situation on the 6 realms mirrors from afar. Guanyin, take your 2 fellow apprentices and go back. There's nothing more for you here. Chapter 4108. The 6 realms mirrors had become so big, and it was even collecting the world-defying mountain and river diagram. With such a big commotion, it would definitely attract the attention of some people. So Xinxiang was not surprised. Guan Yaoshan looked like he was aloof from worldly affairs, but his thoughts at the moment were greedy. He wanted to possess other people's good things, which meant that he was still a person in essence. I thought you were all very noble, but now it seems that you are all just like birds. Xinxiang sneered. It seems that all of you so-called high-level creatures have only evolved a hypocritical appearance. In essence, you haven't improved much. I'm not trying to steal your 6 realms mirrors, but because you don't deserve to have it. With your current personality and strength, this kind of thing falling into your hands is a disaster. I will temporarily keep it for you. When you grow to the point where it is suitable, I will definitely return it. Guan Yaoshan said. Ayaya, you can still say such shameless words so confidently. You high-level creatures have really broadened my horizons. Xinxiang laughed out loud. If I am not worthy of possessing it, this 6 realms mirrors would not be in my hands at all. The reason why it can be in my hands is because only I am worthy. I didn't want to fight with you, but don't force me. Guan Yaoshan sighed. You low-level creatures are unable to understand our ideals, so it's very difficult to communicate. Xinxiang was truly furious. It was one thing for the person in front of him to call him a low-level creature, but to steal someone else's things he had to be so righteous and confident, and even put on an appearance as if it was for his own good. F*CKU. Xinxiang roared, the green dragon demon slayer in his hand, slashed crazily. Guan Yaoshan was instantly chopped into pieces by the wave of blade energy. Xinxiang stared at the small golden bead. Using the soul war method, he used a powerful soul force to cooperate with the green dragon demon slayer to continuously sweep it. However, the small bead's movement speed was extremely fast, and it instantly dodged. The rice-sized golden bead suddenly flashed and arrived behind Xinxiang. When Xinxiang turned around, Guan Yaoshan's body reappeared. Guanyin, who was watching the battle from afar, also shook her head. She had already foreseen this process, so she was not surprised at all. No matter what Xinxiang did, it was all in vain. Xinxiang, I will reseal your soul. You don't belong to this era, so I have to seal you. When you truly repent, it will be the time for you to break the seal again, Guan Yaoshan said. Then he formed a seal with his hands, and a giant monument that was dozens of meters tall suddenly appeared behind him. In just a short while, hundreds of giant tablets floated in the air, as if they were going to form a great formation. Stupid bird, you want to seal me? Don't you know whose territory this is? Xinxiang sneered and stepped lightly on the surface of the mirror. The divine mirrors of 6 paths suddenly spun, quickly. Then Xinxiang disappeared. Boom! Boom! On the surface of the 6 realms mirrors, waves after waves of berserk lightning surged out, crazily striking the giant monuments. It's useless. With your strength, you can't break my array monument. Guan Yaoshan shook his head and laughed. Xinxiang, who had disappeared, suddenly appeared on top of a giant monument. The heavenly Dao seed in his body trembled and crazily absorbed the Daoyuan's sacred power and soul power in his body, condensing into a strange power and then injecting it into the green dragon demon slayer. Boom! Xinxiang slashed down and shattered a giant monument. Boom! 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 Xinxiang quickly teleported. In a few blinks of an eye, the hundreds of giant monuments were cut into pieces by Xinxiang. What? Guan Yaoshan did not react and stood there in a daze. Far away Guanyin, who was at the side, was also incomparably shocked. She muttered to herself, "Third uncle's array monument. It was actually destroyed in such a place. Damn, Baldy, it's your turn. Shen Xiang descended once again and slashed at Guan Yaoshan's body. This time, he used the power from before, which was also his most secret power. After Guan Yaoshan came into contact with that power, he also felt that it was inconceivable. He realized that he had underestimated Shen Xiang. Although his body was shattered, Guan Yaoshan quickly regenerated his body. Chapter 4109. Guan Yaoshan suddenly regained his senses. He finally sensed something and knew that he was in a domain. This domain was very special. He suddenly suspected that he was most likely in the domain released by the 6 realms mirrors. Guan Yaoshan did not expect that the 6 realms mirrors would have such a powerful domain. In fact, they did not know much about the 6 realms mirrors. Back then, the 6 realms mirrors had been used by the Tao Creation Divine Lord for a period of time, but the Tao Creation Divine Lord was not the true owner of the 6 realms mirrors. Shen Xiang was the true owner of the 6 realms mirrors. Furthermore, he had awakened the artifact spirit of the Little Sister Mirror, so the Little Sister Mirror's comprehension was synchronized with Shen Xiang's. In other words, the 6 realms mirrors could rely on Shen Xiang to evolve itself. Sometimes, even Shen Xiang did not know about this process. Therefore, other than Shen Xiang, no one else was worthy of the 6 realms mirrors. Only Shen Xiang could unleash the most powerful power of the 6 realms mirrors. Faced with so many Shen Xiang's that suddenly appeared, Guan Yaoshan immediately lost his target and didn't know which one to attack. "Consider it your win," Guan Yaoshan suddenly shouted. "I underestimated your strength. I never thought that you would be able to control the 6 realms mirrors to such a level. Farewell." Guan Yaoshan was also very clear that he could not do anything to Shen Xiang, nor did he have enough strength to snatch the 6 realms mirrors away. "You want to leave?" Shen Xiang sneered. "I admit that I can't beat you right now, but it won't be that easy for you to keep me here." Guan Yaoshan laughed and quickly flew in one direction. Following that, the 6 realms mirrors started to spin crazily, producing a suction force. Guan Yaoshan, who was about to fly out, was immediately pulled back by the suction force. Shen Xiang thought it was funny. The 6 realms mirrors had never been that strong before, and Guan Yaoshan had coincidentally bumped into the peak strength of the 6 realms mirrors. The reason why the 6 realms mirrors was so strong was mainly because there was a huge universe life soul beside it. The location of the universe life soul was an area with abundant energy, and this energy could be absorbed by the 6 realms mirrors. The 6 realms mirrors was still absorbing the world-defying mountain and river diagram, and at the same time absorbing a boundless energy. Therefore, now that the 6 realms mirrors was operating, it could produce an extremely strong power. Guan Yaoshan felt more and more regretful. He now admitted that he had been too arrogant. He had actually been suppressed to this extent by the other party. You want to stop the universe life soul from transcending tribulation, and you also want to attract the heavenly palace and the heavenless divine palace to enter the world defying stage, and you want to steal my 6 realms mirrors, and you want to just walk away? Shen Xiang sneered. You tried it just now too. You can't kill me at all. You can't do anything to me. Guan Yaoshan was still fearless. Children really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you really think that no one can do anything to you? Shen Xiang chuckled and attacked Guan Yaoshan again. Dozens of Shen Xiangs rushed to attack at the same time. Guan Yaoshan didn't dodge because he was sure that Shen Xiang couldn't kill him, so he just stood there and let Shen Xiang slash him. This time, it was another slash that shattered Guan Yaoshan's body, leaving behind only a small golden bead. However, just as the little golden bead was about to reconstruct its body, Shen Xiang immediately released the world-defying God Furnace and stored the little golden bead inside. After the little golden bead entered the world-defying God Furnace, Guan Yaoshan was unable to reconstruct his body. He could only control the little golden bead to fly around inside the divine furnace and crash into the inner wall, but it had no effect at all. Let's see how you're going to jump now. Xinxiang laughed. Little brat, do you know how powerful I am? World-defying God furnace. It's actually in your hands. Impossible. It's impossible for you to possess the world-defying God furnace. A lowly life like you would never be able to obtain the approval of the universe life soul. Guan Yaoshan's voice came out from the divine furnace. He could no longer remain calm. Although Xinxiang couldn't kill him, he could use the world-defying God furnace to imprison him and even refine him. Stupid bird, why is it impossible? Xinxiang laughed. I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you. Wait for me to find a time to refine you. Just you wait. Then he put away the world-defying God furnace. It was also at this time that he suddenly felt the power of the universe, life, soul tribulation weakened by a lot. Chapter 41:10. Guan Ying wanted to stop him, but she was already a step too late. The reason why she wanted to stop him was also to protect the bald man. Xinxiang smoothly grabbed the incoming sword and slapped the bald man's chest with his palm, infusing a burst of Daoyuan holy power into it. There was a loud boom. The bald man's body instantly turned into mist. The people of this race were indeed immortal. After their bodies were shattered by Xinxiang, all that was left was a bead the size of a grain of rice like crystal. Xinxiang guessed that this was a very special kind of Dao Yuan crystal. Souls and energy were stored within the Dao Yuan crystal. Compared to Guan Yaoshan's, this little golden bead was much dimmer and its movement speed was not as fast. The biggest difference from Guan Yaoshan was that the little golden bead did not immediately recover. Instead, it seemed to emit a burst of light, forming the image of a bald man. Rebirth in front of the enemy? You really are an idiot. Xinxiang found it funny, then reached out and pinched the little golden bead. He used a lot of strength to pinch it, but he was unable to crush it. He could only transfer it to the world-defying God furnace. Where is he? Guan Ying shouted in shock. As for the other bald man, he was much calmer and did not attack Xinxiang. I caught him. Xinxiang laughed mockingly. Looks like you guys aren't that great. I thought you were strong. Guan Ying clenched her teeth. She didn't know what to do now. Her junior brother and third uncle had been captured, and so many things had happened during the universe life, spirits, tribulation. Her mission, this time, could be said to be a failure. Grandpa Shen, we don't want to see things develop to this point. I'm willing to help you mediate the conflict between us, but the prerequisite is that you don't hurt third uncle and my junior brother. Guan Ying said with a sincere look in his eyes. The world-defying stage has already been sealed. There is no spatial weakness. The people from the All-Heaven Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace will not be able to return in a short period of time. You have to ensure that they do not act recklessly. Xinxiang said, Can you do that? Guan Ying looked at the bald man beside him and said, Go and take care of this matter. The bald man immediately left. We can guarantee that the All-Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace will not harm the people of Pride World. Guan Ying said, That's good. You'd better let them think of a way to leave the world-defying stage. After the universe, life, soul, transcends the tribulation, I'll settle the score with them. When the time comes, I'll definitely start a massacre, said Xinxiang. Guan Ying recalled the poisonous rain, so she didn't doubt Xinxiang's words at all. There is no way to escape now. Guan Ying said, If Elder Shin really makes a move, you will definitely offend the All-Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace. I'm not afraid of them. Xinxiang smiled. Are they really that scary? They are not completely obedient to us, but because they have an agreement with us, they will cooperate with us in the matter of the world-defying stage. Guan Ying sighed. They are indeed very terrifying. The ones you are facing now are not considered strong. The strongest forces of the All-Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace do not know about the world-defying universe. Don't worry, I will find their lair and wipe them all out, Xinxiang said. After all, they were the ones who sealed me. There are some misunderstandings between us and you. I hope that we can resolve them and promise that we will no longer help the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace fight against you. Guanyin said, But you must also promise to release third uncle and my junior brother. How can you guarantee that? Xinxiang spread out his hands. What is your status? Who are you people? I have nothing to do with you right now. I know. We are the Kuan clan of the 6 clans of the Life Spirit race. The 6 clans of the Life Spirit race are the Yin and Yang clans, the Qian and Kuan clans, and the Righteous and Evil clans. Guanyin took out a token and continued. This is our Kuan clan's identity token. The Qian and Kuan clans specialize in seals, formations, barriers, and all sorts of talismans, so the seal on your back then came from the Qian and Kuan clans. What about the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace? Xinxiang asked. The All Heavens Palace was established by the evil race, and the Heavenless Divine Palace was established by the main race. Guanyin said. They established the Heavenless Divine Palace and the All Heavens Palace in the various universes mainly to absorb the people in the universe for their own use. Did the Yin and Yang clans participate in sealing me? Xinxiang asked. Yes, and it's the main force. On the surface, the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace are in charge of supervising the operation of the world-defying stage universe. But behind the scenes, our 6 clans are jointly responsible. Guanyin looked at the universe life spirit in the distance and said, Our Qian and Kuan clans are mainly responsible for maintaining the natural operation of the life spirit. In that case, your 6 clans are not united. Xinxiang felt that it was a bit troublesome because there were too many enemies and they were all very strong.